ECN Roadshow never stops, and right now I'm in Zagreb in Croatia. Croatia and Spain, their national teams going head-to-head in a couple of different formats. The first ECSW as well, so get ready, get set, let's go. This is the ECN Mediterranean Cup weekend live from Croatia, and it starts right now. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Dobro jutro, buenos dias. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to a huge weekend in European cricket. We are here for the ECN Mediterranean Cup 2024. 3 days of cricket. We'll have T10 and T20 international cricket being played here between the hosts Croatia and the tourists Spain. We'll also have our first ECSW ever. That's tomorrow night. So looking forward to game one. In fact, it's the only game of the T10 series. We've got Jauhar Danakula here, the Croatian captain. Christian Munoz-Mills will be leading Spain this weekend. So I know Croatia will toss. And Christian, your call, heads or tails? Tails. Tails the call. It has come up tails. What would you like to do, Christian?
We'll have a bat.
Okay, so Spain winning the toss and electing to bat. Just quickly, how excited are you to be playing in Croatia for the first time?
Oh, very excited. We've never been here in Croatia and we're really looking forward to it.
And tell us a little bit about the makeup of your team. Of course, plenty of guys we've seen before on the network.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big chance for us to practice for the World Cup qualifiers. So we brought a strong team. Hopefully we can have a good weekend.
And I know you've only just arrived at the ground this morning, but what are your first impressions of the Mladost cricket ground, the Croatian MCG?
No, it's very nice. It's very, very colourful, and I think we can play good cricket here, and and having a nice weekend. So yeah, hopefully it'll be a good weekend.
I know a lot of our viewers have been following your journey as well. Of course, you had that serious knee injury that kept you out of the game. How are you feeling physically this weekend?
Yeah, I'm feeling really well. It's been nearly 16 months now. So yeah, it's been a tough 16 months, but I'm 100% now, so good.
Well, it's always great to see you. Buena suerte for this weekend, and all the best.
Thank you.
Christian Munoz-Mills, the Spanish skipper this weekend, although Yasser Ali will be leading the side in the first game. Got Jauhar Danakula here, who's leading Croatia. Well, firstly, it's great to be back in Croatia. How are you feeling?
We are great. We've been preparing well for this tournament, and then we're looking forward to these matches.
Obviously for the national team, pretty exciting. Obviously that huge win over Belgium in the World Cup qualifiers not too long ago. Slightly different looking team for this weekend. Tell us a little bit about who we'll see on the park for Croatia.
There is talent in this team, and then them showing up in the big matches and performing well will be a tough opposition for any team that tours here or anywhere we travel. So we are really looking forward to play well against mighty good Spain team.
Obviously, you've invited Spain here, and they are a little bit higher on the rankings than you. How do you feel that's going to be? Because, to be honest, it's quite an ambitious opponent for you to take on.
Yeah, being an underdog is always good, isn't it? So we'll perform how we've been preparing well, like I said. And if few of the guys show up, we'll put up a good fight against Spain and maybe beat them a couple of games.
Yeah, well, let's see. It certainly would be great. Jauhar, always great to see you. All the best for the weekend. So there you go. The news from the toss in the only T10 international is that Spain have won the toss and they are going to bat first. Let's get over to the cube now, where I'll take you through the final preparations as we get ready for this ECI. And once again, good morning from the central commentary position. Players almost ready to go on then. And yeah, pretty exciting weekend. We've got Mediterranean Cup, which essentially is the T20 internationals we'll see between Croatia and Spain this weekend. But we also have this Seoul T10 international between the two sides, which acts as a little bit of a warm-up. Of course, all the T20 internationals will have official rankings points. And also we're going to have first ECSW ever. These are the two teams. And yeah, Field Spain, that's their listed order, but they'll probably mix it up a little bit. Thinking maybe we'll see Danny Long-Martinez being given an opportunity at the top of the order. Some good spin options in there. No Burns, no Christian Munoz-Mills in the side for the first game. For Croatia, led by Jauhar Danakula, Hashmi's a very good player behind the stumps and also listed to open the batting. I think he becomes really, really important. Chaube, a late inclusion to the squad. You've got Sam Houghton in there. as well. And Magdalenic, one of my personal favourites with baseball background. See if he can sock a few dingers this weekend. Let's have a look at the numbers. Well, 8%. Well, there's probably, 8% isn't nothing, is it? It is that format of the game. It is unpredictable. And so you can see that, well, Croatia, I think they're really enthusiastic out there. They know, even though they're on home turf, that they're big underdogs here. If you look at the T20 international rankings, these teams, you've got Spain 31 and you've got Croatia 75. So, I mean, to give you an idea of the gap between those rankings, it's a bit like if you had India playing Belgium or something like that, the gap of 44 in the rankings. But I think I applaud Croatia for inviting Spain here and inviting them into their own backyard. And I think that both teams have a lot to gain out of this weekend. Croatia, we recently saw them playing in the second phase of the World Cup qualifiers in Krefeld in Germany and actually had a really good time there. They were 2-1 through the group stage with 1-0 results. Some good wins over Belgium and Serbia. I will say it's a slightly different looking squad here. Essentially going with the players that are based in Croatia, whereas there are quite a few in that Croatian squad that do play the cricket overseas but qualify through citizenship. Can be Danny Long Martinez then to face up Danicula, the captain, with the first ball. And the first ball is blocked out. So I want to say good morning to all of our viewers, wherever you're watching from around the world. I know a lot of people keeping an eye on Bulgaria as well. I tell you what, those Bulgarian games, we've had probably pound for pound the shortest matches you've ever seen this week. There's been a lot of quick chases. I think probably a relief with the current heat, which is sweeping across the continent. And that's well bowled by Danicula. And look, he's a guy, we've seen a fair bit of him here in the European Cricket Series. He's a competitor, and that's the thing. One thing about this Croatian team, they're not going to give an inch at all. And they all know this pitch. This pitch does typically give you a little bit of up and down. I think it will take turn. The boundary is kind of the standard for this game for the T20s. They'll probably go back slightly, but I mean, there's not that much room for them to go back at all. So it may be pretty similar. Straight down the ground, but doesn't quite carry. Long Martinez off the mark. This brings Shafat Ali Saeed to the crease. And look, he's a guy, he's one of only 9 people on ECN to score 150 or more in an ECN innings. Of course, we saw last weekend Sazi Bujan of Czechia score 162, an incredible knock. Czechia needed to win that game by 100 or more to take the ECI. They did against the hapless Romanian team. Slightly undermanned during that ECI weekend in Hungary. Shafat, left-hander. Oh, that one takes off. And you can see already some of this kind of surprising bounce. Of course, first time Spain would have played on this pitch. Have a look at that. You see, almost from the batter's perspective, it's pretty lucky to have the reverse angle here. It shows you kind of the batter's point of view. Danicula finding a good length here. Shafat hits it hard down the ground, just a single though. Charpe into the side at the last moment. Yeah, so key players for Croatia. Obviously, you're seeing Danicula here. He's listed to open the batting and the bowling. You've got Hashmi, who we've seen actually played pretty well in the ECL. He was on loan to the Assassins from their arch rivals, Zagreb Sokol. It's always nice to see the Croatian team coming together. I know there are some pretty intense rivalries domestically, particularly here in Zagreb. Pretty good first over this for Croatia. Nicked and gone. Another one that takes off. Hashmi does the rest. Danicula breaks through. Oh, Croatia. They know this pitch very, very well. Martinez wanted to get on the front foot there. He had a couple that just took off. And so, going. And what a first over for Croatia. First over of this weekend, 2 for 1. Just have a look at this one. And drawn forward and tries to get in the front foot. It's a great catch by Hashmi behind the stumps. Watch his perspective here. Has to time the jump. Gets it in the mitts. And Croatia thrilled with that start. 2 for 1. after 1. These are some of the upcoming events. Of course, we are here in Croatia and we're in Bulgaria at the same time. You can see it's a multi-format here. So just a sole ECI, which you're watching right now, T10. We have 5 T20 internationals between these two sides. We also have our first ever ECSW, which is best of 3, 2 games tomorrow night, 1 on Sunday. Jinx Zagreb versus Lavender Lionesses of Serbia. Yeah, Rathanasamy gets the second over. Again, Croatia doing a very good job so far of restricting this Spanish team. Now, admittedly, a lot of the Spanish team that did have some flight delays, so they came in quite late. Shiraz Iqbal coming out number 3. It's interesting to see how Spain managed their order here. This one just comes in. Just going down the leg side, but yeah, Croatia competing very well. Spain, obviously, yeah, it's funny, they don't get to play that much as a team. And I think they relish this opportunity to get out there and have a hit. They're in the next round of the World Cup qualifiers in Guernsey. Fraction short, and that one sits up nicely. Iqbal is going to put it up and over the leg side. Maximo! First one of the weekend. I think that's you need to go on the length and let the pitch surprise the batter. But if you actually try and bang it in short, you're probably going to have a bad time. Sat up, and Shiraz Iqbal, he's a guy who has from memory, has a couple of ECN T1000s. Scores the first Maximo of this weekend. That's well bowled. Yeah, it does get fuller, draws him forward. Yeah, Iqbal, just the 100 actually. Remember he scored that for Catalonia CC versus Gracia at the Cartamar Oval back in 2022. Talented player. Leg side. This is going to be called wide. Say good morning to everyone in the chat. Know a lot of people tuning in. Hello to Jacob, he's watching from Estonia. Looking forward to T20Is. And good to see if Croatia can upset Spain. Well, Danikula, he was pretty confident at the toss. And him saying, okay, let's see if we can pinch a couple of games off these guys. It's an interesting one. It's going to be called a wide. Remember the new regulation, and we are following the ECN regulations here, which are that any ball that hits the line is fine. So does this get some of the line? I think it probably, it's tough. If the umpire's in doubt, call a wide, probably is a good call in the end, as long as you're consistent there. This one does get away. And a question in the chat, as this one will be called to the reverse angle here. Pretty cool, we've got the reverse angle, so he can. Actually kind of hits the edge of the pitch. I suppose it does get some of the pitch, so it's going to be called a wide, not a no ball. Yeah, Sri Lanka ruling asking why none of the Croatian players from sub-regionals are playing here. We've got to realise that the budget's very tight, so obviously that Croatia would have to foot the bill if they were to get those guys over. And so the team you'll see this weekend are essentially based in Croatia. Obviously that allowed Croatia to, especially that Belgium result, that's a real head turner. Just shows you the variability in European cricket as well. Another wide, can't quite get it right here, Rathanasamy. Left hand, right hand combination, pretty useful. So, if you think about Belgium, I mean, Belgium actually made the final of the ECC and looked like they were going to win it halfway through that final in 2021. You think that they've lost to Croatia, who are really, I think, only above, I'm going to say, Turkey. Whoa, there we go. This one takes off. I love this pitch. It's nice to be back. We were back here in October. This is where the helmet's a pretty useful piece of equipment. He's actually batting half a step, or maybe a step outside his crease there. I want to rethink that, Shafa. Don't get many of those in Barcelona on the wood. We actually saw, when I last saw the Spain team in ECN cricket, it was in Brescia. And they had a bit of trouble on a pitch that was doing a bit. Anyway, this next one is pitched up, and it's going, and it's gone. Maximo! Well, luckily that short ball didn't remove his head from his shoulders, and he was able to stand there face again. This one just comes into the slot. Shafat sends it the distance. And that'll take us to the end of the over as well, so 21 for 1. Got to say, it's a beautiful day here in Zagreb. 31 degrees, the expected maximum. Currently, it's about 25. Yeah, one thing I think that does kind of even things up a bit is the fact that the pitch is a little bit unpredictable, and I think that's a good thing in limited overs cricket sometimes for the pitch not to be completely batter friendly. So 21 for 1 after 2. Nanakula will bowl out here in the third. Oh, edged and dropped. Oh, Hashmi's good keeper, but I don't think you want to miss too many against this Spanish side. Let's have a look at it. It's a big, thick edge, flying away. Actually tries to go without turning his hands around reverse cup, and I think it would have been easier to take that way. Hindsight's 20/20. That's the thing, if it keeps rising on you and you haven't turned your hands around, then gets a bit awkward, so Hashmi grasses Iqbal on 6. Remember that. Still batting out of his crease, unperturbed. Slow ball, pretty well bowled by Nanakula. I suppose one of the questions with Croatia is what will their depth be like with both their batting and their bowling for that matter. It's probably something that probably sets the teams apart. But you've still got some good bowling options. I think we'll probably see Maheshwari, the left armour. Interesting to see if they give someone like Magdalenic a bit of a bowl. So anyway, it is just me here in Croatia this weekend. So if you'd love to send me a message, I'm always really happy to have that conversation. Tarif asking, is that real Spain team? You bet it is. I know that they're very, very excited. Well, they actually cracked the top 30, although I think they're slightly down to 31 at the moment. But for Spain to reach top 30, they're very bullish going into the Guernsey set of qualifiers. This one's going to be a no ball for off the pitch. So against that variation that he tries, just goes wrong. So free hit coming up. Have a look at it here. It's that kind of rolls out of the side of the hand kind of a ball. Danakula's going to have to deliver a free hit then. A little bit short and hit away. Wouldn't say it's the quickest outfield in Europe, but it is quick enough. And Iqbal is going to get 4 runs. I suppose the question is, what's a par score here? Well, I can tell you in the ECS here last year, the only time we've been here before, it was 8 and over. Now, something tells me that 8 and over is not cutting it at international level. T20s though, because you can see there's a little bit in the pitch, I suppose always gives you the feeling you can take wickets and maybe restrict through that means. Oh, what bowled. Danakula is pulling in a great spell. It's going to be a huge moment, I think, once he bowls out and perhaps, I don't know if they're going to bowl out Rathinasamy at the other end, they'll probably make a change, but Danakula just trying to put his best foot forward. But will they be able to sustain this kind of pressure over the 10 overs? Goes after this, and pretty good snap of the wrist there from Iqbal. That flies miles over the boundary. Maximo! Equipo Rojo certainly very experienced in this form of the game, although they do have a couple of players that don't play it as much. Both these two at the crease have played plenty. Couple to come in this power play. Spain not having it all their own way so far. Oh, is there a little nick on this? There is. And so just a little feather. Iqbal's going to have to go 6 and out. Danakula gets 2. Croatia representing. Remember, it's only a one-match series, so if Croatia could pull out a win here, we can forever say they beat Spain in a series. Don't judge a pitch until both teams have batted, though. We'll say that. Just a tiny little feather. Again, I think you're seeing some of the old Barcelona bash tactics here. Just teams, batters wanting to get on the front foot. But this pitch, if anything, it jumps on you. So you need to have that dimension to your game to be able to go back and, if anything, get a bit deeper in your crease to judge bounce. Against a couple of nicks behind where we've seen batters kind of lurching forward and then just not being able to deal with the extra bounce. Here's Charlie Ramistrovic. Good to see him getting a shot up the order, batting 4. I think both teams probably using this to feel each other out a little bit. The benefit of having the T10 first before the official T20s get underway. Danakula to finish his spell. What a really good effort from the captain. Jauha with 2 for 16. At the end of the power play, Spain winning the toss and electing to bat in this sole T10 International. It's 35 for 2. Hello to Ian Latin. Good to see you with us. And I know you're probably following Lorne Burns, who's not in the lineup, although I know that he's kind of chasing a bit of history as well. It could be potentially the second fastest to 50 T20 international wickets this weekend once they get underway. Hello to Kroom, who's watching in England. We've got a few Corey fans and others in the chat as well. So it's good to catch up with Corey. He's looking very burned, considering it's only the first morning. We'll try and get him in for a bit of a stint. Maybe during the ECSWs this week. I know he's very busy right now. Okay, so Chabe. Mentioned he was a late addition to the squad. And he is going to bowl over number 4. You can see Shafat Ali Said persisting with batting out of his crease. Maybe just probably getting a bit further away from the stumps if he was hit on the pads, but I think he's looking to attack. Here's over number 4. First one is going to be gone. It was a fraction short. Shafat turned it round the corner. Maheshwari takes the catch. And Chabe, who's a late addition to the squad, but he's definitely arrived now. Wicket with his first ball of the weekend. And Spain 35 for 3. Yeah, well, I don't know if you can get jet lag when you haven't actually changed time zone, but the Spanish side so far been caught napping a little bit. Maybe that's a bit fortunate, but Shafat just doesn't get it near the middle. And he's the third to go, 35 for 3. Atif Mahmood comes to the crease. Just think about who we haven't seen bat yet, though. We haven't seen Daniel Dorkaya bat yet. We haven't seen Yasser Ali bat yet. We haven't seen Mohammad Isan bat yet. So they're not running out of batting anytime soon. And Chabe with the international man of mystery number 007 has cracked the code first ball. Mahmood comes to the crease. Mahmood gets careful first ball. Interesting, the expected score still feeling 134. So the expected score is basically saying we think they're going to get about 100 in the last 7 overs, which is about 14 and over. Well, they haven't scored anything like that yet. It's that the odd loose one that's been put away. There's the reason that Spain are even in the 30s. Chabe. Oh, that gets big. Definitely hits his helmet. But does he nick it on the way through? Gee, that surprised him. Just have a look. Nah, straight off the head. Great take by Hashmi. So we saw him grasp that one earlier, but didn't cost him. Great take. Hashmi's going to be a real key for Croatia this weekend with the gloves and with the bat. Probably the one for the over. Seeing it clocked him on the noggin. Charlie plays his cricket in the UK. Very talented left-arm spinner. I think he'll be great this weekend. Steps and hits. Going, and out of the park. It's Maximo. Well, Charlie gets hit, then delivers in kind. Probably felt the next one after the previous one was short. Next one was going to be up, so he kind of makes a definite step forward, turns into something drivable. And 6 runs the result. He's just checking. Has the bouncer been bowled? And pretty sure, yep. That one that hit him in the helmet will be one for the over. And Charlie knows can't bowl another one that's above the shoulder. So he goes again, and he's going to get it again. Maximo, very intelligent batting. He knows the bouncer's been used. Also knows the bowler probably doesn't want to risk bowling it even shortish because it might go over everybody. So he decides, right, I know you're kind of boxed into having to bowl a certain length or fuller. So I'm just going to step and make it even fuller than you're trying to bowl. Chalbay started well, but he's been knocked out of the ground a couple of times since then. Croatia 20%. They've certainly improved their chances. That's going to be a no ball. It has to be the second of the over because it can't. It might have even been over the head, but it can't even be over the shoulder. Let's have a look at it. Yeah, that's definitely over the shoulder. That's exactly what Chalbay couldn't do. Now Remišćević, I can tell you what he's going to do. He's going to take 3 steps down the wicket, and he's going to try and pump him across the street because he knows he's got to get full. It's worked for him a couple of times so far. Don't see why he wouldn't do it here. Free hit, last ball of the over. There you go, tries, and gets it pretty much straight up in the air. Doesn't matter if it's caught or not. He's smart to let it bounce there. Save the old fingers. Sam Houghton doing the fielding. It's 50s up. Pretty fiery opening so far. 50 for 3 after 4. Again, good intelligent cricket by Remišćević, even though he doesn't quite get that last one in the middle of the bat. 12.5 and over then through the first 4. And hello to Charlie Hunt, who has popped in. He's quite busy in Bulgaria. Yeah, I've got to say, I love that ground. I'm missing actually being at the Vasilevsky National Sports Academy ground in Bulgaria. It's the home of the Vortex, the original Vortex at deep third. It just sucks in cricket balls. It's, yeah, hello to all my friends in Bulgaria. Haven't quite worked out the technology to be more than one place at a time at the moment. But I've got to say, Charlie and Nish, the young guns, doing a very good job over the last couple of days. Here's Aman Maheshwari, left armour. He's going to bowl for the first time, taking over from Danakula. First one's a full toss, pretty full, but he does walk it a long way from Remišćević, and he'll take a single. Atif Mahmood, of course. Pretty decent left-arm bowler himself. Let's say Croatia, they've bowled pretty well so far. They've bowled too much loose stuff. Kind of cramps him up. Remišćević was keen for the single. Got donuts out of Atif. I'm going to throw one out there. How many do you think Croatia can chase here? If their first couple of batters get going, get a bit of a partnership. What's their ceiling? 120? That one's going to be a wide for one reason or another. Anything down the leg side or over the head will be a wide automatically. Well, I might miss the leg stump anyway, but I think it's a wide for height. And a pretty easy call. Also need to be careful now not bowling another one over the shoulder, otherwise it'll be a no ball. He goes ultra full then. I'll just get a single. Kind of gets away with that to an extent. Hello to Rob Thompson. And hello to Ben. Ben's watching from Perth. What's the weather like in Perth at the moment, Ben? I can't tell you that if Corey gives you a bit of stick in the chat, it's actually a sign that you entertain him. This time hit and hit very well. Well, Charlie is certainly dealing in sixes at the moment. Maximal for him. It's his third. And just trying to make things a more drivable length. I think if you're going to do that, you really need to commit to it. You can't half do it. We've seen a couple of players kind of tentatively getting on the front foot and getting something that got big on them. Maheshwari won't be impressed. Still has to be careful not to bowl too short. Well, this is up in the air. Hashmi's got to find it. And he does, eventually. Well, he almost bends himself round. A spine-snapping attempt from Rashid. But that's going to be the fourth. We're down 59 for 4. I think he thought Hashmi was going a lot further than it actually was. And then he started looking around. Didn't see the ball. Twisted his neck up in the end. Found it in the end. So nice little cameo from Charlie. Ends on 20. Just 9 balls faced. And the score's 59 for 4. Muhammad Atif gets a bat. Okay, they really are kind of keeping some of their specialist batters back. And I would have thought maybe you'd go the opposite. Maybe you'd send out what you think your top 4 is going to be this afternoon in the first T20, but obviously they feel they want to develop this batting unit. And Atif is a guy who's worked on his batting a lot. Very good opening this, and again, Hashmi does well there. Slightly awkwardly taken, but he took it. That's the main thing. Low full toss, and 6. Maximal. Great start for Ati. Of course, he's a very useful left-arm bowler in his own right. So we've got the two Atifs at the crease at the moment at 65 for 4 after 5. This is the schedule today. So we have our only T10 international that you're watching right now. And this afternoon, we have the first of 5 T20 internationals between these two teams. Now that match this afternoon actually starts at 12 noon GMT, which is 2 o'clock in Central Europe, and it's 5:30 p.m. in India. So make sure you tune in for that. Atif does actually have a 50 that he scored at club level earlier this year for Pakai Care. That was against Pac Barcelona. He has a few 40s to his name as well, but he wouldn't normally see him batting in the top 6 for Team Spain, but that's exactly what he's doing today. Satyan is going to get a bowl over number 6. Again, can't just lurch onto the front foot here. You see this, Atif. I just wants to put the big hoof down the pitch and slam it, but it gets up on him. Just gets caught in no man's land, really. He's all right there. Pretty tough nut, Atif. This time similar length, but he just waits back on it. It's a really good example of how you should play it. Don't commit forward for balls that might get above your waist. And that was power personified from Atif Mahmood. It's Maximal. Seis carreras. What a good shot by Atif Mahmood, his first boundary, and it's a 6-up. Now pitches up slightly, and this is going to go a mile high, and it's going to be 6 more. Maximal back to back. So when they play those Spain, they'll wait for someone to click. That's a really powerful hit. So at the end, I'm wondering where he can bowl now. It's funny, it is one pitch where you probably don't want to go too full. That middle length actually provides value. At the end. And this is in the air. Well, Bosnak needs to find it. Oh, almost a team catch. It fell between two of them. Sathian went back almost a run out as well. Well, this is the European Cricket Network. Bosnak, to be honest, he had a fair look at the sun, risking permanent retina damage. But he gets two hands to it, pops up. See, he's really struggling with the sun. Bowlers there waiting for something just like this. Sathian would have been the most extraordinary caught and bowled, and then it would have been out if he'd hit. Lights, camera, action in Croatia. Now pitched up, hit, and hit over the top. Maximal. Mahmood gets the strike back with that drop catch, and then he makes the Croatians pay. It's the thing when you're playing a team that's kind of, I suppose, higher ranked than you, is that if you do give opportunities, they can come back to haunt you. Sathian's gone magical then. Oh, what might have been. Oh, that one's hit absolutely. Miles and miles and miles. What a shot from Atif Mahmood. And the quick snap of the wrist there. This is something that we worried about with Croatia. Is do they have kind of 5 bowlers minimum that can all keep things quiet? That's the end of the over. 26 coming off that one. It's 91 for 4 after 6. See in the background when that 6 was hit, the Australian football goals. I know we've probably got a few Australians that are tuning in. Atif Mahmood very quickly has gone to 28 off 9. Let's have a look at the batters still to come though. I think it's their top 4 which are yet to bat. They're basically going here as if they open with their middle order. Daniel Dorkaya, Yasser Ali, Hamza Slim Dar and ECN all yet to bowl. Yet to bat, I should say. Maheshwari comes back for a second over. So on that basis, you can't see Sathian getting another over. Wonder who they might try instead. Great opportunity for some of these guys though to get a bat for Spain. Maybe press the case to bat a bit higher in the order. Reaches for this one, and he uses the bounce to his advantage. Nice shot by Mahmood. Maximal. Says Carreras Mas. Here's the thing. If there is a bit of extra bounce in the pitch, you can use it or you can fight it. I think this is a time that he just kind of stays around the crease. A little bit of a forward press there, but he doesn't overcommit forward. And he's able to just kind of use the bounce, get it up behind square, 6 more. Great batting from Mahmood. Now this one in the air. And is it going to come down in the field of play? It does not. Ends up going the distance as well. Maximal. As Mahmood goes back to back to back. And he was kind of set under that one. Hundreds up. Mahmood. This is out on this one. Maheshwari, low full toss, be a one hopper. Down too long on, well fielded down there. Good. Funny, remember the supercomputer, even when Spain were kind of at their ugliest, they still were predicting 130s. Right now, with this hitting from Mahmood, they're up at a high 150s. And this is with Croatia getting a pretty decent start. Atif gets a decent delivery up in the block hole. I'll be really curious to see how the Spain bowlers, like these two, for example, but then others, how they're able to get the most out of this surface. That'll be the end of the over. And yeah, 7 overs in. Let's have a look at the ECC groupings. And both these teams will be playing, but they won't be playing in the same division. Croatia playing in Group 1. In fact, we'll see them on the very first day of ECC 24. Of course, we're in 2 divisions this year. 2 teams from the Challenger Division will be promoted to the Premier Division in 2025. Spain lead off Group C. And they have Switzerland, Belgium, Malta and Finland for company. That's it. I've heard a few people saying to me, that's not a very strong group. Belgium former finalists. Switzerland beat England last year. Malta almost beat England last year. Finland, probably a team that are underestimated consistently. But anyway, let's start with the 8th over now. Chaube comes back and thick outside edge flies away. Rolls across for 4. Latif will take the runs. Great effort there, but not able to bring it back. Latif 12 off 4, not a bad start. It's a big full toss. That's going to be 4. Really well struck. Kind of had to baseball that out of the ground. Let's have a look at the height here. It's probably just below, only because he's got a Harry high pants. He's probably hitting him in the box or just below. Still a good shot. 50 partnership now between these two. Matter of who will click and when. Latif doing his own shoelace. Trust issues. Yeah, Croatia. I wonder if this is a sign of what's to come. I mean, they can kind of compete in bursts, but the longer the game goes, I just feel that Spain have just got that extra quality. There's the bouncer, probably the one for the over. How high does this get on Latif? Latif Mahmood. Faces up. 2 to come in the 8th. This is going to be a no ball. It's been caught at square leg. So something that Chaube had to worry about, I think. You know, the occasional one will take off. If this is above the shoulder, it should be called a no ball. It's good call, good umpiring. See it fly past the helmet. So another free hit coming up. Probably something Spain have to be careful with their pace bowlers, that they don't bowl too many bounces. A lot of bounce in this pitch as we've seen so far. Free hit time. Miss. Can't be stumped anyway. And they're going to take a run. There's no stumps there. Have to set him up and put him down. Probably not that smart by Hashmi. Couldn't have even been out if he was out of his crease, because you can't be stumped off a free hit. Ends up giving away a run. Smart cricket from Spain. The clock here, 3 minutes 20. Just a brief umpire conference. There's still one to go in the over. That'll be a bye because he doesn't hit it. That's maybe what some of that confusion was about, but it's all sorted out now. Last ball for Chaube. Muhammad Latif faces up. He caught it wide. Just probably wasn't that wide when it passed the batter, but by the time it reaches the crease, which is where it's judged, gotten a bit wide. It's a tough one to judge. Chaube's also got to be careful not to run in front of the umpire when he is coming around the wicket. Last ball, take 2. Top edge, flying. And it'll actually take a skip, a friendly skip for Spain and run away for 4. So end of the 8th over, 122 for 4. What a good partnership this is by Atif squared. Atif Mahmood, by the way, he's now gone to his highest score in ECN T10 cricket, going past the 40 not out that he scored for his club, Sporting Alfaz, in the ECL 23. That was against Zagreb Sokol, so it must be something about when he takes on the Croatians. Also has a higher score of 35 in T20 international cricket, Atif Mahmood. So this guy, we know he can hold the bat. 9th overtime. So it all happens in the 9th. Atif Mahmood faces up. Rathan Asami comes back. He had a few issues with control when he bowled the 2nd over. He bowled kind of 4 wides. 5 wides it was actually, back to back to back to back to back. So maybe he'll settle down now the ball's a bit older. And this isn't a bad spot, but it's hit into the gap. That's going to be 4. Shot by Atif Mahmood, who's staring down his first ever ECN 50. Here in this only T10 international. It's only ECI. Rathan Asami. Down leg side, this will be called a wide as well. We'll see Mark Chappell out there. No stranger to us at ECN. Out there with Dhananjaya, or DJ as he's known almost universally, Dhananjaya Singh. Pretty well bowled from Rathan Asami. That's a crack. Be worth taking on. Good backing up. That's where Rathan Asami's just got to live. I think Croatia, they're going to have to learn pretty quickly. You need to have a plan. You need to execute it against a team like Spain, and we're basically seeing 2 of their bowlers. The 2 Atifs putting together a really good partnership here for the 5th wicket. Now steps across, hits it really well. That's going to be 4. And kind of making his own line there. Mohamed Atif moves to 25. Rathan Asami just kind of bowls at slot length, but it was a definite decision to get inside the line of the ball from Mohamed Atif. And Jeff Maguire saying he thinks it should be a no ball if you block the umpire's view. Yeah, it's an interesting one, Jeff. It's certainly something that we see more of in European cricket than I suppose anywhere else I've watched cricket. Something needs to be done. Bowled him. And it's a low full toss, really. Atif swings around it, so he's going to have to go for 25. Rathan Asami with his first wicket of the weekend. And if in doubt, I think go full, try and hit that block hole. And even if you're going to miss the Yorker, if you miss it slightly full, generally you get better results. This one bangs into the stumps. Atif will be frustrated. He'll probably feel that's pretty hittable. You can see the height. It was kind of shin height when it went past him. And so that partnership is broken. But what a partnership it was between those 2. And they end up putting on 74 for that 5th wicket. Atif goes for 25, 133 for 5. Here's Yasser Ali, who's captaining the side in this T10 international. Regular captain Christian Munoz Mills not selected for this match, so I do feel we'll see him this afternoon. Yasser, he was part of that 257 partnership for the Catalonia Jaguar last year. Best partnership ever on ECN. Also equal highest score was equaled by the Cobras in Hungary recently. It shows you records are made to be broken. Mahmood 46 with inside of his first ECN half century. Really get this against Rathan Asami. There's a lot to work with there. I think probably his worst 6 balls let him down, but I think his best 6 were a very good set. If you break that down, that's the end of the 9th over, and Spain 135 for 5. Danakula, head and shoulders above the rest, 2 for 16, used the new ball skillfully and got the most out of this pitch. Sathian went for 26, so you can't see him getting another over. That means they'll probably go to somebody else. I thought maybe it's a chance bowl like a Magdalenic or something like that. Who else could you go to? Maybe a Shukla. Certainly got something to think about here. Here we go, 10th overtime. They do go back to Sathian in the end. First one ties up the batter. We'll get through for a leg bye. Jake watching from Estonia. Interested in that technological stuff you're putting in that chat. Yasir will get a crack at Sathian. And he's going to pull. Probably bounced a bit more than he was expecting. Just a single, another chance for Mahmood to bring up his first ECN 50. Yeah, we'll say, Jeff, there are facilities in the laws already to deal with bowlers essentially running in front of the umpire, encroaching the protected area, even though I know this is an artificial turf. It's well bowled. I suppose it's good that Sathian gets a second over after his first one went off the rails. Gets Mahmood on the foot. So again, he'll be stuck on 47 for now. But remember this pitch, when we were in ECS cricket, the average run rate was 8. Okay, it's different level, admittedly. Low full toss, hit pretty well. Yasser Ali gets 4. Sathian, low full toss, doesn't get away with it. Can Yasser make a definite movement? Turns into a full toss, really. Yeah, so you could deal with the bowlers running in front of you using those clauses in the laws. First warning, final warning off. It's probably something that's already there that could be employed. Yeah, it must be frustrating for umpires not to be able to do their job. 2 to come then. And he's bowled him. Well bowled by Sathian in the end. You miss, I hit kind of tactics. Yasser tries to go leg side. And he gets castled. So I think Atif Mahmood's going to be stuck in the 40s forever in this game. Makes an early movement across. Might have just flicked the back pad on the way through there. And Yasser Ali, the acting captain, has to go. And Spain won 42 for 6. Hamza Salim Dar. He was the MVP of the ECC last year. Won the watch. And comes in batting 8, which is uncharacteristically low. There's Corey in the background, just warming up some of the bowlers. Hamza. Well, he's only got 1 ball to face, so no prizes for guessing what he's going to try and do to it. He's going to try and hit it out of the ground. Sathian, good comeback over from him. 7 off it, including 2 leg byes. The wicket of Yasser Ali, and the last ball to come. 142 plus this for Spain. Worked around the corner and worked for 4. Nice shot from Hamza, who scores 4 off the only ball he will face. And at the end of the 10 overs, Spain winning the toss and electing to bat in this only ECI T10 International. They're going to make 146 for 6. Well, Croatia, I like their attitude. They went out there, they were able to create 4 quick wickets. Just that one partnership that took things away from them. 74 were put on in just 3.5 shape in the process. Mahesh Warren with a good catch in the outfield. Remišćević made a good little cameo there. Was able to hit 3 out of the ground in his 20, just 9 balls faced. But he would end up going top edge. Hashmi misjudged it at first, almost ran too far. But yeah, very good catch, adjusted well at the last moment. Atif got dropped, and that actually was a bit of a harbinger of some bad news to come for Croatia, because he'd go on to hurt them. He'd be the top scorer of the innings, ends up undefeated at 47. He found an ally in his namesake, Mohammad Atif, with a handy contribution of 25 off 10 balls bowled before he got castled. Yasser Ali came out, was able to hit 1 boundary, but he was bowled late in the piece as well. Just trying to hit across the straight one. Hamza Saleem Dar made the briefest of appearances, just 1 ball he faced. The last ball did go to the boundary. So Spain, 146 for 6. And look, Croatia, if you thought that they were going to be uncompetitive in this series, well, think again. I think you see, especially with this pitch offering a little bit, just put Spain in slightly unfamiliar conditions, literally and figuratively. I think they like to attack. They love batting-friendly pitches. This one does have a bit in it for the bowlers. 47 on out for Atif Mahmood. His highest score on ECN, but not able to get the strike back to get his 50. 25 for Mohammad Atif was a useful one. Remišćević with 20 as well. I think just got things moving after a slightly rough start where they lost some early wickets. 2 wickets to Danakula, just 16 conceded, best of the bowlers. Singles for all the other bowlers. That'll be the challenge, I think, for Croatia to have the depth in the bowling to hold this Spanish batting lineup. We'll also say we only saw Hamza for a ball. We didn't see Daniel Dorkaye at the crease. And a few cards close to the chest. Ihsan, another one. He'll do the keeping in the second innings, but he doesn't get a hit in the top 8 in this first 10 overs. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're enjoying the action so far. Well, the Croatian batters will be seeing red when we return, because the Spanish bowlers get a chance to see what they can do on this slightly unpredictable surface. We'll take a quick break. Back shortly in Croatia. You're watching ECN, and this is the ECI Croatia-Spain. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello and welcome back to Zagreb in Croatia. Mediterranean Cup weekend, and we're kicking things off with a solo T10 international between the two combatants this weekend, Croatia, the hosts, and Spain, the tourists. Spain winning the toss in this T10 and batting. They've made 146 for 6 off the 10 overs. That is well above par if you look at kind of the ECS cricket played on this ground. I do think that they were certainly a little bit surprised in foreign conditions. 4 early wickets and a very good partnership between the Atifs, getting them up to what looks like safety, although you never know. And the thing with Croatian batters, particularly the top order, they are pretty skillful, and also they have experience on this ground. So I think that's going to be pretty useful. Though I don't think they would have experience against the likes of the kind of bowlers that Spain will be unleashing on them in this innings. Also, Spain a bit more of a diverse attack, if you like, a mixture of left arm, right arm bowlers. Also, they've got various different spin options that they can use, and we haven't really seen any spin so far. We need to see how this pitch takes it. So it looks like Shiraz Iqbal is going to get us going. So interesting opening with some right arm. I would have thought maybe they would have gone something like an Atif in the, or either Atif. Two left arm Atifs here. Atif Mahmood, who top scored for Spain, and also Mohammed Atif, the youngster. Call him young, but he does have more ECN wickets than anybody else. Over 150 now. What a great experience it's been for him as well. To be able to play so much cricket, so much televised cricket. Here we go, 147 for Croatia to pull off a memorable win. The first one, little hint of outswing from Iqbal, goes past the outside edge. Danakula opening up with Hashmi. That was the opening combination that I was expecting. Danakula bowled really well, 2 for 16 off his 2 overs. Hashmi kept reasonably well, just had one kind of error, but didn't end up costing him too much. Just some very good things. These two need to have a big weekend. This one is momentarily in the air, but it will be the first run of the response. I think Croatia don't quite have the depth that Spain do. That's probably not unexpected given the fact that Spain are ranked 31 in the world and Croatia are ranked 75. So it just means there's more responsibility, I think, on this top order, say top 4, to go on and make a big knot. It's pretty well bowled by Iqbal. Hashmi flirts with it. Hashmi played some good innings in the ECL earlier this year, Champions League of European Cricket. The other thing, I suppose, is probably a gap between the two teams. If Croatia were in that situation, losing 4 early wickets, it's hard to see them pulling it out of the fire the way that Spain were able to. Worked away by Hashmi, who gets off the mark. And Spain, to be fair, also had a pretty slow first over. Just 2 runs came off that. There was a wicket as well. That was Danakula, who was doing the bowling back then. I'm curious to see who will bowl spin and when in this innings for Spain. Whee, there you go. That one's probably not even over the shoulder. Bit bite. Look at this takeoff. Oh boy. That's full-ish. Isan does pretty well to save 3 runs there. Message sent. Last ball of the over. Goes full, glanced away. It's well fielded by Adil, who goes the long way. And that will be the end of the over. So they'll scramble 1 off that. And at the end of the first, 4 without loss. And we're in a bit of a golden ball drought at the moment, aren't we? I know that it's all the way since Cyprus. 256 matches now since a golden ball. I wouldn't imagine this one would be a likely amount. I think now we're up to, I think it's our 5th bit more hang time, I think it was going to be all over for him. And Akula tries to pull, can't. Finding that length is going to be key to all the bowlers, not just the Spanish bowlers, but in particular the Spanish bowlers having never played here before. One slides into him. Maybe a bit of bat on that. Maybe not. Leg by signal, would say. Raja can always love watching him operate. Takes great pride in his performance. Also played a lot in the UAE. This is wild though, and good luck stopping that. It's a mixture of wide and high, and it's going to be the dreaded Minimo. And Raja really kind of makes his own bed with the line that he bowls this. Okay, then it takes an unexpected bounce. Maybe not that unexpected. You've been watching so far this morning. 5 runs to Croatia. Gets in hand, the hosts. Edged and gone. That one was pitched up. Hashmi tried to drive through the covers, but he could only get a little outside edge. Isan this time a lot easier for him to handle. Doesn't have to move. And Spain have their first wicket of their Croatian tour. It's that of Hashmi, who goes for 3. And the score's 11 for 1. I know it's easy to get carried away with the digging it in short, but I think just a normal length is going to trouble batters who probably aren't quite sure how much it's going to bounce. Well handled by Isan. His keeping's come a long way over the last couple of years as well. Spain will be hoping to kind of instill a bit of an intimidation factor, I think, in this Croatian order, particularly the top order, who they know holds so much of a key. New batter comes out, and it's Sagar Manzoor. Sagar, seen him playing for Zagreb Sokol. Yeah, top scorer on ECN of 39, not out against Sarova Split. That was last year in European Cricket Series on this ground. Doesn't really get near this first one. You see what I'm talking about with the deal. Always has a smile on his face. Loves playing cricket. You love to see it. There's something all the European cricketers share, particularly those that have been given the opportunity to play at an international level. Of course, in 2019, the ICC decreed that all affiliated countries would become T20 international countries officially. I'll bounce a bit more. See, he's had a fair way back, because this pitch has been carrying, I think maybe one keep down all day. See, it's still on the rise as it was flying through to the Spanish gloveman end of the second over, and it's 11 for 1. Pretty good over by Adil Raja, 1 for 6. Change of bowling again. I think this is something we'll see from Spain. They'll probably be wanting 1 over spells. Let's try and get as many of their bowlers an over here as they can to get them comfortable. Okay, here's over number 3, and it's going to start with a blast from Danakula straight down the ground. Well, Hamza Saleem Dar with a little bit of a loosener, and he gets pumped straight over his head. What a shot. Maximal, the first of this second innings. Here we go. Now, I know that Charlie's over in Bulgaria, but he has sent me the answer. Who has the best average, batting average we're talking about, in ECL history? Let us know in the chat. We'll reveal it later in the day. Thanks to young Charlie over there. Got his license. Yeah, good job with Nish. So yeah, tell me who you think. Who's got the highest batting average in ECL history? Remember the ECL goes all the way back to 2019 now. That one wasn't as drivable. Good comeback from Hamza Salim Dar. What a player he is. That was a record in this format. The highest individual score, 193 not out for Catalina Jaguar last year. It's pretty well bowled. This one, maybe a change of pace or maybe just a bit of natural variation. I think this is a bye. I don't think it's too wide. Just wait for the umpire signal. He says it is a bye. Yeah, Isan certainly got his work cut out for him on this pitch and handling. These bowlers, I gotta say, I love a pitch that has a little bit of unpredictability in it. It is something I think can even up the contest a bit. That's well bowled. I think that's the length there. Trying to draw the batter forward, but so that they're uncomfortable to drive. You see how he kind of wants to drive this, but by the time it reaches him, it's kind of waist height and climbing. All you're going to do is probably nick that. Mansour, 0 off 3. Finding it pretty hot in the kitchen at the moment. That's a good shot though. Just an error in the line for Hamza Salim Dar, and Mansour has his first runs in the form of a boundary. Good shot and a confidence building shot for Sagar. Croatia. I suppose we can show you out of interest sake what the point target would be, but this is a one-off game, so it won't really have any bearing. 103 to take a point, but really it's a one-game series. It's just going to be about who can win the game. Hello to David Skinner, who I just saw in the chat. Big swing and a miss, and he's saying, yeah, 146 on this pitch is massive. Because it does have that variation. At international level, you expect the bowlers on both sides to be able to get the control right. So it's 22 for 1 after 3. Some pretty big towers. It was consistent towers, really, from over 2 to 11, or 2 to 10, I should say, in that first innings. That's the thing, good teams do, they still can score at a good rate despite having wickets falling. And we saw that good partnership between two batters you wouldn't probably think of in your first thoughts anyway for Spain, two Atifs. Here's Charlie Remitrovic, who's going to bowl over number 4. First time we've seen spin on this pitch. Now, I do remember it does seem to take spin last time we were here. Also, that variable bounce helps the spinners as well, I think. It's going to be Danakula facing up. Here's Charlie. Well, we still don't know if it's going to spin because that's a filthy full toss and it's whacked out of the ground. Maximal! 22 yards pitch. Charlie would play on them in the UK as well. Anyway, gets away with that one, just a single. Mansour faces up then. Good matchup here, 2 right-handers. It's left arm orthodox of Remitrovic. That one does bounce. Does seem to do a little bit. It was pretty full. Mansour just playing down the wrong line. It's almost a Yorker kind of length, that one. Block hole length. You're going to love the variety in this Spanish attack. Now, that one is going to go the journey. Maximal. In fact, it's 7 up time. And yeah, Charlie Rumi just cannot find his length at the moment. That one's very high, even though he's out of his crease a bit. It's definitely no ball territory. No ball +6 and a free hit to come. Well, you never know your luck in the big city. 36 in the 4th, free hit to come. Does he run at this or does he have to run at this? Mansour. Another full toss. That's going to go as well. I'll check the height on this. Again, he's walking, so is it coming down or not? Let's have a look at it. Oh, probably with, is it coming down? Probably, because he's a spinner. I don't know if you want to make it interesting though. I think it's just going to be 6 runs. But Charlie has just had just a little bit of a forgettable over here so far. Just needs to settle. 2 to come in the 4th. That's still full. And is it held? No, I don't think so. Atif, I think he got that on the full, but just couldn't quite scoop under it. So I think that's a life for Mansoura. They don't get a run. Nice ball, the 4th over coming up. 17 and over required. Remistovic still hasn't really put a ball that's on a, what I'd call a normal length. And I guess we still don't know how much is actually going to turn. Well, now they're going to get an overthrow. It's a little bit lazy from Spain. Long Martinez with a suboptimal throw to ECN. Still 1 to come in the over. Mansour races up. There we go. Well, that one hits ECN in the head. So he'll take a bye. There's the bounce I'm talking about. This one doesn't return as much as it bounces, a bit surprisingly. There we go. Well, that's why you wear the helmet. Let's have a look at this replay. He actually hit the bottom of the grill. Made it look worse than it was. But anyway, end of the over. 46 for 1 after 4. Remistovic has a bit of a forgettable start, but I think that's the benefit, I think, of going out there. Not that you want to call it a warm-up game, but certainly is a game where the teams are feeling each other out a bit. I will say that a lot of the Spanish team as well had some delays to their flights and some quite late arrivals. So I just have a feeling some of them may not quite be firing on all cylinders, so to speak. But anyway, a lot of cricket still ahead this weekend. Yeah, David Skinner, nice to see you. I know that Corey says hello as well, David. Still indebted to you for lending him him your beanie. All right, in the air, not going to carry down to the fielder. Shuffle down there. I wonder if he'll get a bowl at some point. Corey's in debt to you, David, for many more years. Kroom saying, yeah, liking what he's seeing from Croatia. And he has his guess, Jonty Jenner, in the ECL average debates. Well bowled by Atif. I just feel like this pitch will suit him as long as he doesn't bowl too short, because he gets surprising bounce on most pitches. It's a pretty good guess, Annie, but it's not. It's not Jonty Jenner. Well bowled. You can see Danny Cooley's footwork there going outside leg stump. We see this isn't going to be a very good strategy to give yourself room, because Atif's so good at keeping it at offside of the wicket. Makes it even wider to try and deal with that. So yeah, it's been a good effort from Croatia so far, but you can see kind of the gap between the two teams. It's well bowled, it's full and at the stumps, and a cooler. Still there, but obviously not going at anything near the rate that he'd want to. I mean, kind of what you'd want your in batters to be scoring at is 250 strike rate. Essentially what you need in the innings as a team. So you probably get a few extras in there. More bold. In fact, it's going to be gone. Little nick behind. Well, it's news to Mansour, but the Spanish team picked up a little nick, and the umpire agrees. Just flashing outside the off stump. So Mohamed Atif with his first wicket of the series. He's able to get Mansour up for 19. And the score is 48 for 2. So, Isan has a second catch. Up it's Shukla comes to the crease at number 4. Up it's a player we know pretty well on ECN as well. He's played in 41 matches on the network. Plays the creek for Zagreb Sokol. Gets the full one first up, and he'll push it for a single. He'll retain the strike, and we're halfway through the response. Croatia 49 for 2. So obviously it leaves them basically 100 to get in the second half. These are the two squads for this weekend. Croatia added Chaube at the last moment, also added Anthony Razmilic. But for Croatia, it's a great challenge for them to go toe-to-toe against a team that are ranked a lot higher. And just kind of gives them an idea of where they'd be hoping to get to. Obviously not able to rely on some of the qualified players that don't live in Croatia that represented them in the recent sub-regionals. So Dana Cool, I think he's flown the flag pretty well so far. Spain, well, we haven't seen kind of most of their top order batting unit yet. Hamza batted only one ball. Daniel Dorkaya in there. We saw Yasser Ali briefly. But Isan, I think he probably bats 4 or 5. No Burns in this side. This morning, no Christian Munoz Mills. Geez, might get 2 here. They will get 2. Well, this Daniel Dorkaya, haven't seen too much of him so far. I think he'll have a pretty important role to play this weekend. Well, that looks like a no ball. It's been called straight away. It's caught and almost a run out. Yeah, this one, it's just an attempted Yorker. You can see it's very high. And you straight away, it wasn't going to be out. Shiraz Iqbal coming back, bowling his second over. He bowled the first one. Wasn't too much off at 3 and a bye. That was all. A few people are multi-screening as well. I know that I generally am as well. Slow ball and gets the top edge. Should be an easy catch, and it is taken. Ramicevic does the rest. Clever variation from Iqbal. Looked like the kind of rolling off cutter. Danakula played across it. Big hanging leading edge, and Croatia do bring up the 50 in this 6th over. But they will lose their captain, 53 for 3. Just a bit early on it, and that's what the change of pace is designed to do. Danakula is going to have to watch the rest of this game from the sidelines. I'm sure he'll have a very important role to play this afternoon in the T20s. I suppose the thing is, I sometimes think teams don't challenge themselves enough when they're scheduling international games. And actually it's something that's difficult to organise in Europe because of logistics and a whole bunch of other things, costs. But I much rather teams challenge themselves against ambitious opponents than beat up on teams that are below them. because you learn things that way. So I think Croatia, by inviting Spain here, it's ambitious, but I think it's going to be a good thing for their cricket overall. I think for Spain as well, I mean, it allows them to play some cricket going into the Guernsey set of qualifiers. Sam Houghton gets about at number 5. Now, Sam is a really enthusiastic cricketer. Qualified now to play for the Croatian national team on residency. His guy did grow up playing in New Zealand. She played a fair bit of indoor cricket as well, did Sam. Always gives everything he's got every time he pulls on the shirt. This is going to be a challenge for him. Yeah, but the wide regulations now mirror the T20 a bit more in that the line belongs to the bowler. So the only difference between our wide interpretation now and the T10s versus T20s is in the T20s, if the batter moves before the ball's bowled, that line will move with them. In the T10s now it's set. That one's was hit too well. And almost a run-out opportunity there. Good work by the acting captain, Yasir Ali. End of the 6th over, and Croatia are 54 for 3 after 6. See now things have gotten out of hand a little bit. But yeah, Croatia, I think sometimes you look at the overall thing, the overall kind of landscape of this game, there's been a lot to like. I loved the fact they were able to pick up 4 pretty quick wickets. But I do think the Spain attack are very experienced. There's so much variety. They've got the ability to go to certain matchups. Rumistovic is going to get a second over. I think it's probably a good thing because his first over certainly wasn't what we know he can deliver. Houghton faces up. This has been very full so far. Houghton is able to pop that one through the covers for 4. Cuatro carreras. It's a very good shot from Sam. Technically, a pretty good shot. Gets his foot out, turns it into a half volley, finds the gap, finds the boundary. Rumistovic still he's bowled one ball that I think is probably the length he's trying. A lot of balls kind of coming out too full. Saw some big full tosses in the first over. He's real key to this attack. Charlie Rumi, see if he can get it right. Still pretty full. Also pretty well dealt with by Howard, but this time only a single. That's another one that almost takes Isan's head off. I'll tell you what, this ground's not too friendly for keepers as well sometimes. Boof. I want to sort that strap out. Ishii. He's always a great player to watch on the network, isn't he? Leading run scorer in ECN T10 cricket. They didn't make the top 8 this time. Have a word to the coach about that. But I think he's a real key for them. Might see him opening from time to time during the T20s. Might see him kind of 4 or 5 other times. Can bat anywhere really, Mohamed Isan. This is hit down the ground and hit pretty well. That's a very good shot. It's going to be 4 runs in the end. Shukla, again, they haven't really had to do with any of the sideways edge from Rumistovic so far, because when it has bounced, it's bounced so close to the bat. See there? Don't have that straight fielder in play. I was able to get that away. It's a bit more like it. Shukla just kind of losing his shape a little bit, trying to hit across that. He's not really staying down long enough. Just a little thing I've noticed so far to the spinner. Needs to stay lower a bit longer. Again, it's a bit disconcerting when the other one's taking off on you as well. That's a bit more like it. Takes a bit of spin, thick outside edge, goes away for a single. Nice ball for Charlie coming up. Yeah, well bowled. So we do see a bit of turn there for Remistovic. That will be the end of his spell. 33 coming off it, and after 7 the score is 65 for 3. Just a reminder that we'll have our first T20 International this afternoon. So actually we're about 2.5 hours away from the first ball of that. The toss will happen 30 minutes before, as per the T20I procedures. So yeah, we'll be back just before 12 noon GMT. It's 2 p.m. in Central Europe. 5:30 p.m. in India for the first of 5 T20 Internationals. That'll wrap up the program here on opening day of the Mediterranean Cup. Hello to Jules. I just want to say, hopefully he's still there, Jules. Loved your Peacock Friday shirt. Someone sent it through to me that you were bringing a bit of Peacock Friday. It's good to see you there, and Sarah there as well. Wishing you guys all the best this weekend, of course. Here's Shafat, who's getting a bowl in over number 8. 3 overs to go in this one. Bit of swing there, but swings down the leg side first up. Yeah, so Rob Thompson saying that, there's more room for him in New Zealand because apparently a lot of people are moving away. I mean, New Zealand's a beautiful place. It is very isolated, I suppose, geographically from a lot of the world, but that's a blessing in its own way sometimes. Well bowled. Shukla goes walking, never comes home. Shafat does make the adjustment, still gets a little bit of that swing, which straightens it down the line. And over goes the castle. Shukla goes for 9, and the score now 65 for 4. Let's have a look at this one move. A little bit left to right. Just a little bit. Crashes into middle and off. The thing is, this is the only 10 over game between these teams, but the 20 overs, if anything, will show up if there's a gap. Well, it should, in theory, show up even more. But like I said, credit to Croatia for basically selecting this matchup, going, okay, well, here's a team that we'd like to tackle in our home conditions, and I do think the pitch is a bit of an evener between them. But also, here's a team we can probably learn a lot off as well, as a good example of a European cricket success story, Spain, over the last couple of years. 1% chance still for Croatia. It's pretty well bowled first up. Maheshwari does well to keep it out. Very good hands by Ihsan as the throw came in an awkward kind of hop from Remistovic. But again, you think of the options they've got. We haven't seen Atif Mahmood bowl yet. So he's a left arm option. You've got Mohamed Atif as a left arm option. You've got Shafat as a left arm option. Oh, he's bowled him. Really well bowled. And Aman, well, to be honest, maybe he should have had a run first up. Maybe it was a dicey one. But again, Shafat's just kind of showing what's possible if you pitch it up. Well, Peacock Friday Derek is in the house, and unfortunately, Maheshwari won't be happy that he's following him. But Shafat rattles the stumps twice in the 8th over at 65 for 5. Good ball. And feet don't really go anywhere. Aman, he's disappointed. Crashes into the middle stump. So Vignesh Rathanasamy will come out number 7. Shafat just getting that stump-to-stump movement, which I think could make him very, very dangerous. 2 wickets and 3 balls bowled. Wide wicket, dot wicket so far. This is his spot here. Shafat, well done to Vignesh, who's off the mark. Yeah, Jules, saying yeah, they don't do subtle, the Uda bridges. They had to incorporate a bit of ECN into our wedding. You know, we're so thrilled for you, Jules, and wishing you two all the best. I do like seeing a little bit of our viewership outside the ECN universe. Houghton checks his shot and get one down too long off. Oh, that's so great, actually. We were in England earlier in the year. I know that I've seen the draft program for 2025. Still could be a few changes, but I know we're even looking at maybe doing not only England, but maybe Ireland, maybe Scotland as well. Incorporating more women's cricket at the club level as well. Obviously, something we'll see this weekend for the first time. ECSW. Last balling over from Shafat Ali Saeed will be worked for a single, so 2 for 4. I think that's a real message to the coach that he's a viable option this weekend. And Croatia, 68 for 5 after 8. I think with Shafat, I mean, when he first got a crack in the Isle of Man series last year, so Spain in a real attacking way that they took on the T20 series, and they threw Shafat at the top of the order. He did a really good job for them as well. So that's one of the things about this Spain side. They're versatile. Well, here we go. Daniel Dorkaya gets the bowl in over number 9. As a bowler, Daniel, I'd say he's a good batter. Looks like he's going to rock out some of his medium pace. Here we go with over 9. Hey, how the first one takes off a length. Oh, DDC. Still climbing when it gets to Isan. Driven pretty well. That's a nice shot by Rathan Usami. And he's going to get 4 runs, his first boundary. I suppose we're also looking for Croatia is, okay, who's handling the heat this weekend? Who do we maybe put up in the order? A couple of spots. Rathan Usami so far has represented himself pretty well. Okay, it's probably a bit of a half volley, but he plays a very good cricket shot. Finds the boundary. Oh, probably got in the way of this, though. He might get 4 off the leg. It'll be 4 leg byes. And, yeah, probably spoiled a wide there. Way to come then. And he's bowled him. Daniel Dorkaya gets his revenge. It was full, it was straight, and Rathan Usami, and he just kind of looks to charge, but it was going to always be difficult. And DDC, we'll have to look up his bowling stats. He bowled a little bit for Pakai Care during the ECL. That's pretty good. Kind of Yorks himself there, doesn't he? If he just stood there, probably it's a drivable kind of length. Yeah. Nicely done. Didn't see DDC batting. Really looking forward to seeing how he bats on this pitch. He's been playing club cricket in the Netherlands and been playing really well as well. DDC, that's his 3rd ECN wicket. Picked up a wicket for Spain versus Italy last year. Chaube, new batter. And also, actually, DDC, he picked up a wicket in the Western Shield earlier in the year. That's right. So there's his 2 ECN wickets. Play a little bit for Oeiras in the Portuguese competition earlier in the year as well. Not bad over here at all. Wow. Houghton can't get out the way of this one. That'll be the end of the over. So Dorkaya protects the bowling career stats. 1 for 5 for him. And the score, walking 6, 77 for 6 after 9. This is one of the things that I just think just shows you that Spain have a lot of players that can play out of position, still kind of hold their own at this level. Croatia are trying to find their best options and can compete for periods of matches. But to string a whole game together, that's the real challenge for the hosts. 1 for 8, Shiraz Iqbal, pretty good spell from him. A wicket for Adil Raja in there. Also, DDC picked up a wicket in that over. Atif with 1 and Shafat with 2. Last over coming up. They are going to go back to Adil Raja. So he'll get a second. He's over 10. First one shoots a bit on Easton as well to block it. It will be a wide down the leg side. Yeah, Dave Skinner. Where in the world are you, Dave? Are you in Zagreb at the moment? Love to see you over the weekend if you are. Look at those pads Chauve's wearing with the Croatian logo on them. That's well bowled. Oi! That's not a wide. Probably even in the old days. Remember, the line belongs to the bowler. Well, to be fair, it missed the line. DJ still just calibrating the old noggin. Our next one is hit very well over cover. As Chauve will get 4 runs. 4 carreras, nice shot. He wants to change the bat here. 007 man of mystery. Chauve might have just cracked it with that cover drive, but they're still finding the ball. Just a reminder that we have a bit of a break here, but you can always turn back onto Croatia, or Bulgaria even. I'm in Croatia right now. So they've got 5 matches there today. Spartans in action against the BCSU All-Stars. All-Stars in their first game of the tournament today. Straight down and almost into the stumps. Just be a single in the end. Just got to squeeze those straight fielders now. Has to work this one, Houghton. I don't know what role he might play. He's the kind of guy that can bat around a bit, especially in the longer form of the game. I think he probably prefers that form. It's funny that we actually consider T20 the longer form of the game on ECN. Can't miss out the cut here. Has to stay a bit more stable on that cut shot. He's moving around. If he's jumping, it does get a bit more difficult to play. So Croatia, it's been a brave effort from them. I think you're kind of seeing the difference in level and difference in professionalism probably between the two teams. It's not a knock on Croatia. It's just kind of a realistic look at where they're at the moment with this group. Slow ball this time, well picked by Houghton. He'll get 1 run. Probably remain not out on 8, you'd imagine. Dave said he's in town, but unlikely to make it down because he's got a wedding tomorrow. That's fantastic, Dave. Well, I suppose that rules you out for Sunday as well. Hello to Luca Stubbs as well. Hi, Luca. Always great to see you. Hopefully I'll see you over the weekend as well while I'm here. Last ball coming up. Just a reminder, we'll be back in around about 2 hours and 10 minutes with the start of the next one. It's going to be a dot to finish. So Croatia, 85 to be fair. It's above the kind of average score that we've seen on this ground in ECS cricket at least against a testing Spanish attack. But I still think the best is probably yet to come from some of the Spanish players that weren't used too much in this first game. But in the only ECI T10, the final score is Spain 146, Croatia 85. And so it will be a Spanish win, as many predicted, but certainly think that we had a few questions answered. I mean, this pitch, obviously we've seen it before, but with bowlers that are probably consistently a little bit quicker, it's quite challenging, I think, for the top order, particularly with that new ball. Let's go back and have a look. This was pretty unpredictable from early on. You see, Nissan not finding that too easy to deal with, but he was pretty happy to have a catch soon after. And then he'd have two as Manzura went, but not before he'd kind of given as good as he got. Croatia, obviously, and that's a real challenge for them this weekend, but I love the fact that they were willing to take the game on. Nissan had himself without the headgear there. Did like the length that Shafak bowled. I think he's probably a good option, stump to stump. In these conditions, he's still got that little bit of variable bounce. Even if you go full up, he's saying, yeah, just coming to terms with the conditions. Aman got rock and rolled for a Peacock Friday duck. Down Dorkaya was getting a bowl towards the end. He wasn't too thrilled about the ball disappearing to the boundary a couple of times. He came back strongly with a cheeky little wicket for the Spanish top order batter at Croatia. Yeah, just found it hard to get those boundaries consistently. You look at the numbers, they were able to get 5 4s and 4 6s in the 10 overs. And you compare that to Spain. Spain were able to get 8 4s and 13 6s. So it kind of shows you the difference in the boundary hitting the ability between the two teams. 19 for Sagar Manzura leads the scoring. Danakula with a run of ball 15, but no one else quite able to crack double digits. Probably bowling-wise, they're a little bit disappointed with the amount of extras they gave away, but I do think that's a bit of a tune-up for this Spanish attack. They used 7 bowlers in total. Tresic bowled a good spell early on, 1 for 8. Shafat Ali Saeed, I thought he was probably the best of the bowlers. Only bowled the 1 over 2 for 4. Wickets also for Adil Raja, Muhammad Atif, and even DDC with 1 for 5 when he bowled the 9th over. We'll take a break then. Back in about 2 hours' time with the only T20I will have today, but in the meantime, you can head over to Bulgaria. I know that Charlie Hutt's there with Nishay Bhatt. They're waiting for you. Hopefully, you'll see you this afternoon. We'll see these two Lockhorns in the former cricket we call long form on ECN. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, at the Mladost Cricket Ground in Zagreb. We'll take a break. See you later on in the day for more Mediterranean Cup. Hello and welcome back. It's T20 action time, Mediterranean Cup match number 1. One of 5 matches this weekend, and a little bit of the David versus Goliath, but it's Goliath stepping on David's turf. Spain versus Croatia. I do have some toss news a little bit earlier. It was Team Spain that won the toss, and they've elected to field first in the first match of 5 this weekend. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with you for ECN. Of course, these are the two teams, Croatia and Spain. We saw Spain winning the T10 a little bit earlier today. Croatia, this time they have to deal with the responsibility of batting first and seeing if they can hold up against this Spanish attack that probably has played a little bit more cricket at this level or even slightly higher. Hashmi and Danakula expected to open the batting. Manzoor top scored in the first game. I liked Rathan Asami as well. Thought he batted pretty well. He got some stability there through Houghton, I thought flew the flag in that T10 as well. But this is an official T20 international now, and you can see Croatia 5%. Well, 5's better than nothing. You feel that Croatia would have to put their perfect game together, and also for Spain to have a slightly off game for there to be an upset. But this is cricket, and it's short form cricket, even though I suppose we consider it the longer form here, don't we, on ECN? But yeah, anything's possible. And currently we are in the middle of quite a nice summer's day here in Zagreb, the capital of Croatia. Expecting 31 today. We're already up to about 30 degrees. No real wind to speak of. Boundaries pretty much the same as we saw. You kind of push them out as far as you can at this ground, Lados cricket ground. It's well, here's a guy we didn't see bowling earlier on. Atif Mahmood is going to get us going. Danakula and Hashmi as expected to open up for Croatia. So it's probably as close to test cricket as Croatia can as far as actually being put under some pressure. I think a pitch that's doing a bit, and a Spanish attack that's hungry for early wickets. So, almost ready to go. Just waiting for the clock to tick over. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Play, says DJ. And we're away in the Mediterranean Cup T20 International. That's a pretty good ball first up. It was an in-swinger from Mahmood. Danakula deals with it well, gets a single. Croatia expected to get 117 according to the supercomputer. I think a lot of that depends on their top order, if they can withstand the early attack from Equipo Rojo. I think they'll be a bit fresh this afternoon. A lot of them had late journeys here to Croatia. Oh, it's pretty close, you know. It's a really good shout. Well, if there's something wrong with this, I'd love to know what it was. For me, it was pitching on, hit him in line. And is it going over the top, maybe? I don't think there's any bat in it. Oh. Or maybe missing leg. Missing off. Oh, I reckon that's a real good shout. I think Hashmi's pretty lucky to survive that. Atif wheeling and dealing in the first over. Oh, that one jumps on him. Well, maybe overcommits. Oh, yeah. Spain throwing it around. This one just jumps off length. Just tries to get the gloves out of the way. Wasn't able to in the end. Spicy start, Team Spain. Yeah, Hashmi maybe just taking a bit of time to compose himself here, because that reared up got him in the gloves, maybe slightly above the gloves. I want to say welcome back to all the viewers as well. Let's see, Kroom is tuning in. Right now, Hashmi, not pretty lucky first ball, I think. Oh, and this one probably would have knocked out a fourth stump. This is the reverse angle. It's great to be able to have this as well. You can see that natural shape's a little bit. You can see there's not Isan behind the stumps. Alec Davidson Soler getting the nod. in this game. Mohamed Ihsan is playing as a specialist bat. In fact, he's listed to open the batting for Spain in the second half of this match. Hashmi at his best. He's probably one of the standout batters for Team Croatia, but obviously didn't have a great start. Went cheaply this morning. Always great to hear Team Spain encouraging each other in Spanish. We're probably one of the few teams in Europe typically use that language to communicate with each other in the field. Common language that they share. Hashmi, none of 4. Mahmood, only the 1 run in this first over. And it'll stay that way. So, yeah, pretty good start for Team Spain. Maybe very unlucky, I think, to not get an early wicket. But Hashmi does survive. And after 1 over, it's 1 without loss. Plenty of cricket happening, of course, on ECN. Plenty coming up as well. Bulgaria. Oh, we saw a bit of an 8-man army win the last game. This is something pretty unusual. It does happen from time to time with almost 1,800 matches in the schedule. I'll tell you, you get a nice view of the Lados cricket ground. Actually, see one in the cube down there, just to the kind of slightly to the right of screen. So I've got a bit of company in the cube today. A few little midgies that are making our life a little bit less comfortable, but I've got to say it's nice to be back at this ground. Probably slightly better time of year. We were here in late October for a European cricket series. There were a few issues with dampness and things like that. Here's Atif Mohammed, who is bowling over number 2. So the 2 Atifs opening up for Team Spain. 2 left armers, 2 Atifs. Does get a decent amount of bounce, doesn't he, as well? Oh, you see it there. Geez, that one really did take off again off this length. I think the key is don't try and bowl too short here, but it's a pretty uncomfortable ball to try and hit. You've only got to kind of ride the bounce. You're just going to try and defend it. You're probably waiting to pop one up in the air. There's Hashmi. Yeah, he won't get one here. I suppose that's the challenge for Croatia, is not only just to survive, but to score in a meaningful fashion. You can see there's 2 off 9 balls. If they think it's going to get easy, it's probably not going to get that much easier either. Obviously, you've got some spin options there for Spain. You've got Ramistrovic, the left arm spinner. You've got Lorne Burns, the right arm leg spinner. You've got Yasser Ali, the right arm off spinner. Just got a really well-balanced attack, Spain. That's well bowled by Atif. What we called a wide. Interesting replay, actually. Remember, a little bit more wiggle room. I'm not so sure about that one. Very harsh, but Atif not getting the call going his way. Gets another ball, though. It's well bowled. To be honest, it wasn't too different from the last one, but Vamos chicos. You can hear that buzz in the Spanish field. They've come here to do a job. Final preparations for their Group C set of sub-regional qualifiers in Guernsey later this month. That's well bowled again, using that natural angle. Well, I know this isn't a T10 match, but Hashmi, none off 9. Paul Stubbs of the Miranda Dragons in Portugal holds the record for longest duck, 13 balls. And you do say that the red light and the siren in Stubbsy's house goes off when when someone gets none off 10. Hashmi, maybe a bit lucky to survive the first ball, still there. Isn't hurting Spain at the moment. And lets this one go as well, so he does end up none off 10. Uncomfortable place to be. Croatia surviving, but not exactly thriving. 2 overs in, 3 without loss. Best of 5 series, so it'll be as simple as whoever can get the most wins. We're not expecting any issues with inclement weather or anything like that. Croatia ranked 75 in the world, taking on Spain that are ranked 31. So it's an ambitious ask, I think, for Croatia, but they've got nothing to lose here in a sense. Team Mahmood will continue with the all-out Atif attack. Another dot ball. So it's kind of rocking a hard place for Croatia. Obviously, you'd have a little bit longer, or quite a lot longer, in this form of the game compared to T10 to build an innings, and you're hoping you can kind of find some rhythm. But it's very tough if you're not even able to rotate the strike. Find a sense of pressure building. And that one takes off. And I like this length. They're not really trying to bowl short, but you can see that one jumps up, and the keeper, Davidson Soler, takes it well above his head. Look at the reverse angle. Alec, of course, his sister plays for the Spanish women's team, Andrea. Will be one of the 10 teams involved in the ECCW later in the year. I think we might see them before then as well. I think they're playing in Austria. Another decent ball. Mahmood. I think if you're bowling here, you're pretty satisfied. I know obviously you're chasing wickets, but you're feeling like you're not being hurt in the scoreboard. Can you see the difference? Obviously, we've got some ECS cricket in Bulgaria right now. You see the difference between the bowlers here, especially for Team Spain. They're opening up. We saw with Danakula himself actually was bowling before. Just kind of having that command and control, how important that is for bowlers. That one doesn't get up. And pretty good block by Alec. Shot on him the second bounce. There is a bit up and down this pitch, I will say that. More up than down, but there's still that occasional one. I think as a batter, you just got to put that out of your mind. Otherwise you end up kind of just accepting your fate and waiting for a ball with your name on it. Just play what you see. Bat on ball here, they do take it on. Oh, it's very tight. One stump to aim at. I mean, you need to try and score somehow. Obviously not getting too much in the way of extras. Good pick up and throw. Would have been out. Remember, this is a T20 International, so you don't have the third umpire to assist, so maybe would have had the benefit of the doubt. Hashmi. Well, they get a run here, I think. Thick inside edge, so he'll be relieved to get off the mark. It'll be the end of the third over. So the score is 5 without loss after 3. Early days here. But you can see the batting to come. Mansour top scored earlier. I think Asami listed at 4. I don't mind that. Someone like a Sam Houghton or somebody like that, I think might be someone you might push up. A couple of spots I want to see there. Pulibanti was 12th earlier, comes into the 11 for this first T20. Of course, we had the T10 earlier today, in case you missed that one. It was Spain that got up 146 to 85. Having said that, Spain at one stage, they're in some early trouble. 3 wickets in the first 19 balls, or 59 for 4 at one point before a 74-run partnership between the two Atifs who are bowling in tandem right now. Well, it's until now, because here's Hamza Salim Dar in over number 4, and this is actually going to double the score. It's a wind down the leg side, and Davidson Soler can't quite get to it. Shot on him a little bit as well. Very awkward one. As he tries to get his body over in that position, Davidson Soler, but couldn't quite go as far as he needed to. Hamza will be disappointed that he's kind of let the pressure off there. Slip in place for the 2023 ECC MVP. This one keeps down as well. So Davidson Soler is going to have to concede a bye there. In fact, that might have hit him in an uncomfortable area. Let's have a look. This isn't what you like to see. It takes a lot of courage being behind the stump, especially on a pitch that's a little bit too paced. You know this one is. Oh, no, yeah. That looks quite nasty, actually. Just hope it hasn't really got him in the nose or the mouth. And, yes, it's one reason, actually, that sometimes we see keepers wearing helmets even when they're back. I know in the old days that was kind of not even a thought, but if that's bad enough, I think we might see Isan taking over the gloves. You see him there, but obviously his primary concern is that Davidson Soler's all right. It's the last thing you want. That second bounce, there's a second ball in a row from Hamza that didn't bounce very much, and then that second bounce, because it's in that kind of bowler's run-up area, it's very unpredictable. And so, yeah, rightly just taking a bit of time to make sure that Davidson Soler is okay if he's going to continue, or maybe, I mean, with a blow like that, it's the last thing you want. But, you know, maybe he needs to take a breather. He's always got the option to come back and keep maybe after 10 overs or something like that. But, yeah, you hate to see it. Let's have a look at some of the squads then. See the options they do have behind the stumps with Isan available to keep. But also, I mean, you can bring in a substitute wicket-keeper, and they do have Danny Long Martinez as well, who can fulfill that role. He's not in the side for this first side, not in the 11 at least for Spain. And Croatia, we know that Hashmi will do their keeping, or they do have some other options like Bosnak, who he's actually quite a fun keeper to watch. Earlier we saw these two teams doing battle in the T10. Now we're seeing him in the T10, T20 format. I think that Isan's running off and he's going to be putting on his keeping gear. So I couldn't see exactly where it hit him, but it looked very nasty. And there's really nothing that Alex Davidson Soler could have done about it either. As a keeper, you've just got to try and use whatever means necessary to stop the ball. But that did look like it got him potentially in the face. If it's hitting in the face, you're just hoping it's not kind of broken nose territory, or it's not teeth. There's really no good place to get hit in the face, if I'm completely honest. But yeah, it's a concerning moment early in this T20 International Series. Spain also have Awais Ahmed listed in the squad, but don't believe he's travelled with the side. Certainly not for this first day. But they do have options, like I said. Right now, everyone pausing for Alex Davidson Soler, but I think he's forced to come off. And so the keeper will change for Spain. And he always has the option of coming back on as well, that's the thing. But you know, you have to look after the welfare of the player. Also, just one of those things, I suppose. Keepers, often they go unnoticed, but it takes a lot of skill. I think keeping's probably one of the things that looks a lot easier than it actually is. I think the good ones do make it look easy. I think you only appreciate sometimes when you have a keeper go down with injury, or someone else has to take the gloves, how skillful a position it is. Anyway, Danny Long Martinez will come on as the substitute fielder. Mohamed Isan is going to take up a position behind the stumps. But yeah, it's certainly something you never like to see in any sport, for that matter. We hope Alex okay. I know his family will be watching. He's up and he's walking off under his own steam. And yeah, it's one of those things that he couldn't really have done anything else either. Just took a nasty hop. So, bit of a sideline. Hola, Jaime Gonzalez in the chat. Oh, Jaime. Looking forward to seeing you. I've got to say as well,
He estado practicando mi español la mayoría de las noches. Pero necesito más práctica en conversaciones. Luckily, I'm here with Team Spain. They're always pretty patient with me, but they generally tell me in Spanish I'm pretty quiet compared to my English. Don't quite have the same command of the language. I say my Croatian is pretty limited, although živli is a word that I do like to say when I'm here. That means cheers. All right, Hamza's ready to continue. Danikula and Hashmi out there. Hashmi facing up. Just one legal ball in the over. Remember, we had the 5 wides to start. Then we had that nasty one that's hit Davidson's soul there. Let's continue. It's well bowled by Hamza. It does carry through comfortably. ECN was doing the keeping this morning. Like I said, they're kind of sport for choice in that respect. Wild from Hamza. Hasn't quite had the command of his location so far. It's probably something that the 2 left-armers did very well early on. Hashmi, can he get going here? Oh, well, that could be gone. He's out. It's jumped up, hit him in the gloves. And it's just looped up, and Christian Munoz-Mills has taken a fairly easy catch. Again, just prodding forward. It's always going to be trouble, I think. I said it earlier. If you try to defend a ball like this, there's not a lot of good things that can happen. At best, you keep it out for a dot, but at worst, it's got your name on it, and Hashmi's going to have to go. Let's see it on the replay. But just have a look at how this one bounces on Hashmi. And so Spain finally have something to cheer about after a concerning start, really, for Team Spain, losing their selected keeper to an injury. He has hit him kind of around the mouth area. I think Davidson's all there, keeping one eye on him. He's receiving some treatment now from the camp. 11 for 1. Sagar Mansour comes out to bat. He was the top scorer for Croatia earlier today. He scored 19 off 13, 2 maximos and a 4. From Hamza Saleem Dar, we didn't quite have the location right, made up for it that last ball. A brute of a delivery. That gets Hashmi for 1 off 14. And this one climbs as well. So Spain fired up. You get a steady diet of bugs on this field, and I think that Hamza's just swallowed a couple there. Yeah. Well, he wants a drink, I think, because there are these little bugs flying around. They're high in protein. But, yeah, Hamza. He's not going to continue till he has a quick drink. Okay, Matt, great to see you. As I said, look forward to seeing you soon. And Spain, I'll be looking forward to seeing how they go in their set of sub-regional qualifiers. Of course, Croatia. One very impressive win, a couple of wins actually. Probably just a little bit too wide, that one. Let's see, this is the angle behind Hamza. Interesting one. Got a bit of the line, bit outside. Bit more discretion, I think, for the umpires in this form of the game about what they call, what they don't. Another one that shoots through. And, yes, Davidson Soler mentioned that he went down, that one that jumped up on him. It's a tough one. Probably your main instinct as a keeper, if you are trying to take a ball in the second bounce, you don't know what's going to happen, is to turn the head. I know to take her off the ball is a bit unnatural in cricket, but you just try and not offer the front of the face. Another one that keeps down. So this end, if anything, is has shot through, hasn't it? Not always, but that over it did. 12 for 1 after 4. Very long over. So I was just looking at that Croatian win over Belgium, and yeah, practical reasons. I don't even think there's a single player in this side that played in that tournament. But I mean, always you just kind of pick the best of what's available. Different tournaments, different squads. Sometimes in European cricket, that's the nature of it. It's an amateur sport. And Zach Vuksic as well was playing in that series. We'll see his sister Erin for too long. Down the leg side, this one. It was well knocked down by Isan, but it will be a wide plus an extra run. So again, just trying to get something going here, Croatia. It's a tough one because you want to keep quite a long way back because a lot of balls are flying, but then the odd one that bounces before you, it puts you in a real awkward position. That one is hit, and I think we're going to get our first boundary, and it's off the bat of Mansour. That's pretty well hit. He kind of went with the movement of Atif Mahmood. See ball, hit ball. It's one of those pitches, I think, perhaps, if you look at Hashmi's innings, where attack might be the best form of defence to an extent. Kind of sat there like a bit of the deer in the headlights, just kind of waiting. But the thing is, batting's not going to get a lot easier. I think at some point you just got to kind of bite the bullet. Oh, that one bites back and actually lodges, I think. It's in his pad. There you go. Couldn't find the ball in the end. It was in his pad flap. Good comeback by Atif Mahmood. Good location from Atif. Whistles in, but they'll get a single. Like something happening on the scoreboard for Croatia. Tanakula. Very important to his team's welfare. He kind of gets a bit proactive here. Might have been the rolling cutter from Atif Mahmood that time. Interesting to see if they bowl Atif out here. This is his third. Of course, you get 4 overs each maximum. Or whether they decide to make a change. It's another slight change of pace, I think. So I think the thing with Spain, they'll be pretty confident they can kind of crack this top order. They can strangle the middle order with spin. And push and run, bit of a tight one. That's through for a very tight single here. Let's have a look at it. Good one-handed pick up and throw. Well, if that had hit, he would have been out. Last ball, the 5th over coming up. Goes full, and Mansour negotiates it. He's 5, Danakula 4, and after 5, Croatia 21 for 1. This is the schedule today. Had the T10 International earlier. Spain running out winners in that one by 61 runs. And of course, this is the final match day as well. First of the 5-match T20 series this weekend. Tomorrow we have matches 2 and 3 in the Mediterranean Cup, which is the T20 International Series. And we also have our first ever ECSW matches. Who's over number 6? Doesn't start yet. Latif. He's going to take that end back. Saw one over from Hamza Salim Dar. The ball to get a good angle. And cool, they're just getting done by that length as well. I think it's unpredictable kind of length to bowl. Oh, what's that here, if anything? Leg buys. That's another ball that just takes off. I'm actually not even sold that it hit anything. Maybe it only flicked him. Let's have a look at it. Yeah, I just think that's hit there. But anyway, it'll be 4 runs. You're on the extras count. That's the thing with Latif. I mean, he gets lift on a regular pitch. Cool at 4 off 12. Not an easy attack to take on. Swing and a miss from Danakula. Trying to get a bit more aggressive. You can see that's not easy. I wonder if we'll see some spin after this over as well. We'll be at the end of the 6-over power play. Latif, really good role model, I think, for the sport in Spain. Oh, wow. It's going to be a bite, but have a look. This is the same kind of length that went over the keeper earlier on. Maybe a bit fuller. Well, it's not easy. You know, that might have even bounced twice before it reached the line. I don't know how the human eye is meant to pick that up. Now, if you think artificial turf's boring, strap yourself in. Last ball, the 6-over coming up. Slower ball, hit pretty well. Probably plonks. No, it skips. And Mansour gets 4. Well, credit to him. He probably doesn't know what's coming after a couple of these deliveries. But he just holds his shape. Lifts it up over the offside. 4 carreras. Finishes the over. It's 30 for 1 after 6. One thing they do have on their side is they have wickets in hand. Still 14 overs to go. So need someone to get in and play an innings of substance here at the home side. Great summer of cricket here in Europe. Now we will get spin. Thought we might. And Lorne Burns didn't play this morning. He's had a brilliant start to his international career. This guy involved in the setup in England for quite a long time, residing now on the Costa del Sol He's even captained Spain on occasion. Remember, when I was first covering Spain in T20 international cricket, he led the side and was player of the series in a three-way series with Norway and Guernsey. That was at Desert Springs. And let's see how Croatia handle Lorne Burns. He's a very clever bowler as well. He's got some variations that he can use. I think he's going to be helped out with this pitch, which has a little bit of variable bounce. And if he goes well, you'll probably see a bit more spin. Mitrovic available. I think we'll probably see a fair bit of spinners in tandem here from time to time. Got a slip in place as well for Lorne. Here he is over number 7. First one in the air, doesn't quite carry. Get through for one. Nervous prod there, wasn't it? Christian Munoz-Mills finds himself at mid-off. Unfamiliar position, but they've got the mid-off up. So it's saying, okay, if you think you're good enough to go over mid-off, go for it. Fraction too short this time. In the air, just out of the grasp of Rumitrovic. That's going to be 4. Good effort from young Charlie. It was just a fraction short from Lorne. And well put away. Mansour, he's representing his country well today. Not easy to take on an opponent ranked so much higher, but he's given as good as he's got. Oh yeah. This one really turns and bounces, and this is what they were hoping by unleashing Burns. Just have a look at this spin he's putting on this, the revolutions, that bites off the wicket. Getting extra bounce. This time, credit to Mansour, he goes with the bounce, gets it over the infielder. Come back for 2. But yeah, Burns likes what he sees so far. Croatia still listed 113 expected from here. Tosses this one up a bit. Probably just a fraction too full from Lorne that time. See how Danakula can deal with that. We saw him face the first ball, the over, almost popped to catch to mid-off. He's up in the circle. Burns does his own work. End of his first over of the weekend. 8 off that, and it's 38 for 1 after 7. Yeah, that one particular ball from Burns that turned and bounced. Thought for a second we were being dropped into downtown Chennai with those kind of spinning conditions. 4 bowlers used so far. They've got plenty of options as well. With Rumitrovic available, I mentioned him. I mean, you've also got someone like Shafat Ali Saeed. I thought he bowled really well in his only over earlier on today. Just an update on Davidson Soler. He's up. He's sitting up, but I think this might have been an issue with a small cut. Let's keep him off the field. I don't think they'll take any chances with him. Okay, there's going to be more spin with Charlie Rumi getting ready to bowl over number 8. Just struggled a little bit with his length earlier on today when we saw him. It's a bit full, went for 33 off 2 overs. And here we go with over number 8. First one goes a long way wide. Got good height, doesn't he? He should get a bit out of this pitch as well, you'd imagine. You see some good sideways. Full toss, hit down the ground, going, and well, that's not very good if you ask me. He's probably got to give it 6, but that spectator there stepped over the line and it would have been close. In the umpire's discretion there. This is hit pretty well as well. That'll run away for 4. So Mansour Geez, he's having a good day with the bat, isn't he? And Rumi's still not quite himself. No pasa nada. Don't worry about it. Let's get on with it. Charlie, I just feel like there'll be a moment where he's going to click. It hasn't happened yet. This is hit pretty hard, and Christian Munoz-Mills, despite, well, I'd call him in advanced years, but he's still one of the best fielders going around in Europe. Covers ground really quickly, he's very athletic. Full toss. This is going to be a long chase for Christian. He's not going to get there. So, yeah, Charlie's still struggling. But maybe, it's a strange one, yeah, maybe he needs to actually bowl from a bit further back. I mean, normally you'd imagine he'd be able to make the adjustment, but if he hasn't by now, maybe it's one of those days, you just bowl from a couple of feet behind the line. So I think if he does get it to bounce, it's going to turn, it's going to bounce a lot for him. It's going to be really difficult for the batter to deal with. 16 off this over already. Driven by Danakul, he'll get a single. In the cube there, probably seen him back. Partnership developing here. Pressure's a funny thing. It can kind of take a while to build and only a moment to break or to disrupt. Nice ball the over. That's a good one. Big appeal. To be honest, I don't think Charlie was convinced. He took a bit of persuasion to go up for the appeal, so element of doubt there. I think that's missed. Maybe there was a bit of noise there, but it's not bat. Might have flicked the back pad, but I think it's a good decision. End of the 8th over. The score is 55 for 1. Fairly animated discussion in the middle. I'm not sure what that's about. Burns going to continue here. Yeah, I wonder how he's going to set his field there. He's got kind of a floating kind of backward point and then a point on the circle for a kind of hanging top edge. Behind Danakula. It's well bowled first start, but this could run away most of the way to the boundary. Oh, just gets there. Pretty good throw. But if they were determined to go for 2, they should have made it. They did. Shafali Saeed. And a good throw, safely home for a couple. Oh, that one drops and turns and bounces. I think this will be a couple of buys. It's a good example of what Burns can do. He gets a lot of overspin on the ball. It's a tough take. Just have a look at drop and then take off again. He doesn't really cover the line of the ball there. That's why it gets past him. Good stop by Shafa. Had a lot of work to do that. A lot of support coming in from the Croatian contingent for Sagar. That's strange, you know. Things gone up a level, but he's held his own. He's probably the most impressive of the batters so far. Plays for Sokol here in Zagreb. Yeah, that's going to be the difficult one. Because if you don't quite get to him on the full, there's a good chance it'll turn past the bat and you could be stumped. So he's pretty determined to keep some of that back foot behind the line. Danakula. Yeah, that's the perfect ball, I think, from Burns. Not really easy to go back and cut that. If you come forward, you're probably not quite getting there to drive. Plays this in the end off the back foot after an early charge. Danakula only get a single. Burns, probably you're feeling you might be able to get Mansour overconfident and maybe charging and running past one. Well, he does hit, and he hits it very well. Maximo! Oh, Mansour. This is a brilliant shot down the ground on a pitch that's turning and bouncing, and he's just pumped Lorne Burns back over his head for 6. End of the 9th over, 66 for 1. I've been informed that's International Beer Day today. So wherever you are around the world, you've got plenty of options. There's plenty of options if you're not a drinker. There's alcohol-free beers as well. Many Croatians enjoy knocking the top off a cold run at the end of a long day. So happy International Beer Day, everybody. Right, so they're going to make a change. They don't stick with Charlie Rumišević. They're going to go to Yasser Ali right up off spinner now. And over number 10. This at least is turning into the right-handers. In theory, should be a little bit easier. But the thing with Yasser, he can get surprising bounce as well. It's hit back hard, and that's going to find the boundary. 4 runs. Danakula will be pretty happy to get that one away. Just his second boundary. We're approaching the halfway point of this innings. So Spain still finding it hard to pick up these wickets. So Go Mansour, playing his first ever T20 International. He's been great, 33. He's got an all-time high score on the network of 39, not out. So it's hardly kind of groundbreaking numbers, but he's been able to handle himself very well today. In the air and gone. Nice catch taken by Burns, low down. Fielding backward point. Danakula just has a kind of thick outside edge. It's probably that extra bounce from Yasser Ali that I was just talking about. Professional looking catch from Lorne. He was lurking on the offside. That partnership is broken. 66 for 2. It's both openers gone. First wicket of the series for Yasser Ali. We didn't see him bowling earlier on in the day. Some good news that I'm seeing in the corner of my eye is that Alec Davidson-Soler, it looks like he's got his kit back on and he may take the gloves back. Probably just maybe waiting for the 10 over mark, or maybe could switch straight away. So yeah, we will have a slight drinks break after 10. So yeah, Alec Davidson-Soler, we saw him take that nasty blow earlier, but he is now rejoining his team. So I assume that means Isan's going to go back to being a regular fielder. There's Corey Rutgers, who obviously has taken the reins a while ago of this Spain team. He's been enthusiastic, passionate about that role. So how to work now is that Isan will just field, and Danny Long-Martinez, who was subbing as the 12th man on for Davidson-Soler, will probably go back to the bench. New batter comes to the crease for Croatia. It's Rathanasamy as listed, who's come out at number 4. Won't be easy to come out against these spinners, or really against anyone. Rathanasamy batted pretty well this morning, I thought. Doesn't have too long, but hit a nice boundary along the way. Late in the innings. Yasir. Oh, he's bowled him first ball. Well, it's gone straight through the gate. And well, this is an ideal first delivery for Yasser. Watch this one really turn. Rags ends up hitting middle and leg. That's Rathanasamy. Unfortunately, his stay at the crease is about as brief as it gets. Just the one ball, Derek. And he's going to show him off. And the score, all of a sudden, not looking so healthy for Croatia. It is 70 for 3. Oh, Yasser Ali. I probably feel he's a good chance for this. New batter in there, pitch giving him some assistance. It's Sam Houghton who comes out, probably not a bad option for Croatia. Thought we might see him a bit higher. I think it was just at 7, but Sam's a fighter. Hat-trick ball then for Yasser Ali. Oh, well, that's pretty close. Tidy work from Alec Davidson Sol there. Whip off the bails, but again, check it out in the replay. Basically got yorked there. Nice ball, the 10th. This is off the back foot, plays it pretty well. Sam Houghton, only thinking of 2. Didn't get too much of a response from the other end. That'll be the end of the 10 overs. We're halfway through. Croatia battling away after a very slow start. Particularly through Mansour, who's scored a decent rate, about 2 a ball. They've lost 3 wickets along the way, but after 10, it's 71 for 3. Let's have a look at the ECC groupings. And I mention this because these two will be playing in different capacity at the ECC, the Euros of Cricket. First time we've split the teams up into a Premier Division, which is the top 21 countries as per their performance last year, and the other 11 who will form the Challenger Division. There will be a promotion relegation element to the ECC going forward. Croatia in Group 1 with Isle of Man, Estonia, Bulgaria. Of course, we're in Bulgaria right now for ECS, Turkey and Slovenia. We have Spain in Group C with Switzerland, Belgium, Malta and Finland. Join us for 4 weeks of Euro action. The European Cricket Championship will start on the 23rd of September. All right, here's Lorne Burns, 3rd over for him. Houghton, this will be a good challenge for him. Can't see Sam really wanting to get forward and use his feet, which means that kind of a ball is going to be pretty tough to deal with. It's going to kind of trap him on the crease. That one slid on. Pretty well hit by Houghton, and it's going to get past the fielder. That's a bit of a task. It's well fielded out there, Charlie Rumistrovic. That one has done plenty. Lorne Burns really put some revs on the ball. Well, not an easy take. If he had taken it, might have been interesting if he got the bails quickly. All right, straight up in the air. Can anyone find it? Well, it's going to be dropped by Atif Mahmood. Wasn't an easy one. It almost like no one picked it up off the bat. Burns didn't really turn and make it his, so Mahmood had to try and locate it and just couldn't do it in the end. See there, Mansour, just trying to get a bit close to the pitch of the ball, not easy though. Still wicketless, Burns. That's a fraction short, but he's hit straight down the throat of Isan, and he's gone. Oh, he'd be so disappointed to get out this way. That's one that Sam, I think, he sees it short. Ends up just kind of hitting it too high, not far enough. And again, probably that bit of natural variation that Burns is getting. And so it's going to be the 4th wicket now, 73 for 4, well caught by Mohamed Isan, who is gloveless, but he's not catchless. And Sam walks off. Croatia now at a bit of a crossroads in this innings, because it's not going to be easy at all for new batters coming out. Up at Shukla. Here's the new batter coming in at 6. Made 9 this morning before he got bowled by Shavat Ali Saeed. Okay, let's see what Uppett can do. Watches the first one fizz past the off stump, and it's the end of the 11th over. It's 1 for 19, has his first wicket of this series, and the score 73 for 4 after 11. Croatia and Spain will play this series, a 5-match series. We have 1 today, 2 tomorrow, and 2 on Sunday. We'll also have 3 ECSW matches on the weekend. First ever Women's European Cricket Series on the network, featuring Jinx Zagreb versus the Serbian club, Lavender Lionesses. Wow. This is a funny one. Has this hit his gloves and then hit the keeper in the head? Well, poor Davidson Soler. It's kind of hit, I think, the shoulder, and then it's hit the batter's helmet. Anyway, it's going to set a bit of a task for Munoz Mills here. He's not going to make the stop. That's going to be 4. So, Mansour, 38 not out. What an impressive debut it's been for him in the international sphere, the T20 level. And Yassir's not an easy guy to kind of get on the front foot to with that surprising amount of bounce that he can get. Big appeal, not out. I suppose the thing is, he is turning it a lot. So, you know, to get all the lines lining up, may have hit him just outside off stump. If it hits him in line, it's hard to see what it's missing, but he is turning it a lot. Like I said, this one turns back. Will be called a wide. I think he loves the call there. Yassir. Mansour trying to be quite proactive here. This one keeps down a bit if anything. So again, you see this variable bounce. Putting in dangerous areas. Very good. Quick hands there from Davidson Soler, but the foot was always grounded. Nasser Ali. Takes it on, and it is going to be out. Well, what a fantastic bit of outfielding that is. Mohamed Atif down there. One of the longer hits on the ground. Geez, you feel a little bit aggrieved if you're Mansour there, but have a look. There goes back, watches the feet, stays just inside the rope. That's a brilliant piece of outfielding. And For Yasser Ali, it's going to be a third wicket. So, yeah, I love the way he was willing to take the game on. But Sagar is going to have to go for 38. And the score now is 78 for 5. Really good awareness there from Tifat, where the boundary was, how much room he had to work with. Got to say credit to Sagar, though. I think he really represented his side well today, but you've got to be a little bit worried about where he leaves his team now as he goes for 38, 78 for 5. Zaman Maheshwari is coming out to bat. And he's coming off a duck this morning, so that won't exactly do wonders for his confidence. Again, it's a tough lineup to face, Team Spain, because, okay, Ramistovic didn't really work out. They have a different kind of spinner they've got to replace him with. Hey, hits this solidly. Munoz Mills does well to knock it down. Maheshwari with his first run of the weekend. Yasser Ali, though, 3 for 11 and counting. 79 for 5 after 12. So far, Mansour 38 and Anakula 17. Only batters to get more than 2. 20 extras. Probably something that Corey Rutgers, the Spanish coach, won't be too thrilled with. I know some are kind of unavoidable. So he's got 4 leg byes in there. You've got an occasional one which is bouncing more or less than you expect. Makes it pretty tough for the keeper. Burns is going to bowl out in this over. He's got 1 for 19 off his 3. Flicks this away uppishly, but just a single out there. Pretty well played by Maheshwari. Shukla only faced 1 ball so far. Well, that's really well bowled. Just have a look at this one. Fizz and grip and turn. For fairly full length, but yeah, Davidson Soler does pretty well to even stop that. That spun prodigiously. One's going to be called a wide. He's down the leg side. That's the one I think is a bit more of a top spinner in that it's not really designed to turn right to left as much. It's more meant to hurry on, which I suppose it does. T20 regulations, probably a tight call for a wide. Again, Davidson Soler does well to at least block the line of it. It's really well bowled. Again, that's another variation from Burns. It's not the orthodox leg spin. It might have even been an attempted wrong-un. Now then he does bowl the leggy and it absolutely takes off. This is why, you know, if he gets his location right, he's so difficult. Watch the way that one rolls out and actually it's above the head. Well, definitely above the shoulders of Alec Davidson Soler in the end. Well, Maheshwari with some advice for Shukla, but he might just be saying, hey, better you than me. Shukla has another go. Ah, whatever he said, it has worked out. That's going to be 6. He does take it, Hamza, but I'm pretty sure that when we look at this, he lands over the boundary. Look. Yeah, that's got to be 6. I think you got to call it. I think you could see it live as well. I mean, the umpire's got to call what they see, but I think you could see live that it was going to be 6 runs. I think everyone's going to have to be satisfied with that result. So whatever Maheshwari said, it worked. Maybe he said just hit a 6. It's good coaching. Maybe there's a future in that for Aman. Oh, now he just eases another one. It's into the gap, or is it? He actually gets it on the full out there, Hamza. Basically, gets to it in 2 balls. Let's keep this one in the field of play. End of the over. Burns ends up 1 for 28. He bowled a bit better than those figures suggest. 88 for 5 after 13 overs. Looking at the bowling figures, Yasser Ali 3 for 11. Wonder if they'll continue with him or whether they want to make a change. Imagine Remitrovic has just been a little bit off today. He's bowled 3 overs for 50. Across both this morning's match and this match. They are going to stick with Yasser Ali here in the 14th over. Shukla was able to get the Maximo last over. First one that hasn't been hit by a player called Sagar Manzoor in this innings. First one gets through the infield, but doesn't get through the outfield, just a single. Mohamed Atif out there already took a good catch to remove Manzoor as the principal threat so far in this innings. A little edge, that's going to fly away. This outfield, it's a lot quicker than when we were here before. Because of the time of year, that one flies away for 4. Bit unlucky for Yasir, really. I think credit to the batter, Maheshwari takes it on. Certainly gives it everything. And that edge flies away to the boundary. I'm going to keep that third pretty tight. In fact, they're going to put an extra fielder over there. So they take the mid-wicket and put it to another kind of, almost like a catching, like a fly slip really more than anything, or a really fine third. So just kind of protecting against that hanging edge. But there is an easy single to the leg side now. He goes in that direction, finds the gap and finds the boundary. Nice batting by Maheshwari. Taking the attack up to the Spaniards. Come on. Again, he's a fighter. I've seen a fair bit of him on ECN. It's going to be a wide, doesn't quite come back enough. I wonder if they will bring Remitrovic back. I think now that Burns has bowled out, it's a good opportunity for him. He's got 2 right-handers, good matchup, probably change of end as well. Just maybe an opportunity for him to kind of get into his work. This is up in the air and 6. Well, what a good hit by Aman. Maximo! Again, just kind of going with the movement of Yasser Ali. Picked it up and, well, Remitrovic, just talk about him maybe bowling. His only play there was to watch it fly over his head. That was a really good hit. 100's up for Croatia as well. Flying the checkered flag with pride in this first T20I. In the air and gone. They push through. It's going to be 6 and out for Aman Maheshwari. Burns again with a good catch to his left. That's the thing with this Spain side as well. They're so good at converting opportunities. Just hung in the air a little bit too long. Lorne Burns does the rest. And Yasser has 4. Eyeing off a 5 for Yasser Ali. And disappointment for Maheshwari, who does swing the willow. 2 4s and a 6 in his 16, but he's the 6th to go. It's 104 for 6. And this 4 for 27 by Yasir is the first time he's taken 4 wickets in a T20 international. It's his 30th match. So Aman Chaube comes out to face the music. I think with Yasir, he's still got 7 balls remaining, potentially. Chaube, late addition to the squad. Last ball of the over. Keeps it out. And that's the end of 14. The score is 104 for 6. Forced change of bowling now for Team Spain. So they do have plenty of options. Looks like they might be going back to a slightly faster option. In fact, it looks like we're going to get Shafat Ali Saeed to bowl. He took 2 wickets earlier. Probably a good time for him to come on as well. If you're Spain here, you need to be thinking, right, 4 wickets and we're having a bat. So yeah, we'll get some seam for the first time in a while now. First time we've seen seam since the power play. In fact, here's Shafat Ali Saeed. Your left armour, shape the ball down the line. I think he's very dangerous. Also very dangerous with the bat. Again, picked for this Spanish side off the back of some very good performances in ECN cricket in the Catalonia region. Seen him playing for Royals in Barcelona. He's got a mixture of that kind of in-swinger, but he's also got the one where he'll roll his fingers on it slightly and it'll grip away from the right-hander. Chuklat gets a single, hands it back over to Jaube. Jaube to face Shafat. Oyo. Well, this is that one. I think he rolls his fingers on it, but, well, rolls his fingers probably. It's a double entendre. Look at that. Then it goes about ankle high. As a batter, well, good luck playing that. Jaube won't really be filled with a lot of confidence. And credit to him though, gets bat on this. Just gets under Atif Mahmood, so he'll have his first run of the series. Croatia up to 11%, or just tick back to 10, but probably double the chance the computer gave them at the start of this game. Rolling cutter from Shafat. Burns chases. Jaube back to the non-striker's end. Not a lot happening on the scoreboard. So they don't want to get bowled out here. That's probably in the back of their mind as well. He's nicked that into the ground. There was some bat on it. There's a bumper to the keeper, Davidson Soler. Handles it anyway. End of the 15th over, 106 for 6. So obviously we're here in Croatia. There's also Bulgaria happening today. It's a big weekend in Bulgaria. They've got 6 matches tomorrow. And you throw in the 4 here, that's 10 matches on ECN. Or, believe it or not, I think it's 24 hours of cricket tomorrow. So, yeah, put on a pot of coffee. Of course, getting excited for Rome as well. Always great when we get to the capital of Italy. We have ECS there, the first ever Melville Shield, which is the best of European women against the British and Irish Roses. And yeah, also some bonus content with more T20I cricket. Valletta Cup is taking place in Malta this time. It's a T20IW series, and also we'll have a tri-series, Netherlands, USA and Canada. Can't wait for that. Well, bouncer from Yasir. I don't know how he meant to play this. Again, he gets a lot on it. It's a slight apology, but I think he's loving the amount of bounce he's getting. If you think your only chance is to go with it, you get inside it and try and go over fine leg with a ball like that. Or you could go this, but it's straight down the throat of the fielder, and Daniel Dorkaya takes the catch. So Chabe, credit to him, he takes on the game, and it's a 5 for Yasser Ali, his first in T20 international cricket. And really, he's got to be thinking he might be able to get more here. Not something you'd see very often, but what's he got? He's got 4 balls to go. He gets 3 wickets. I think he'll have the first ever 8 in T20 international cricket. Nice catch by Daniel Dorkaya as well down there. Best figures in an innings in T20I's Siazrul Idris. Took 7 for 8 for Malaysia versus China in Kuala Lumpur in July last year. Sathian though, he's not going to go quietly. Can Yasser get 6? Not yet. There's one guy I think you're forced to play him out. And just showing the multi-dimensional nature of this Spanish attack. Knocked into the infield for a single this time. Well, up in the air, and it will be 6 for Yasser Ali. It's a tough one for Shukla to deal with. It was popped up. Another simple catch in the infield. So a 6-wicket haul in a T20 international for Yasser Ali. Second time we've seen a 5 for on the network this year in a T20 international. Samath Bodda did it earlier on in the year in the Continental Cup. $107 for 8 now. Yasser Ali take a bow, finishes with 6 for 28. Yeah, it's looking there, he might end up with even more the way things were panning out. So now Croatia, they have some grave concerns they're not going to be able to bat out these 20 overs. And again, we're seeing that the fact there's that unpredictable bounce in the pitch, kind of working the spinners' favours as well. Spinners' favour. Shafat. He's probably hungry for a couple himself. New's bowling the 17th over. Full toss, pretty well dealt with by Sathian. Brings Alan Magdalenic to the crease. Alan's a really interesting story. He comes from a baseball background, has played a lot of cricket. He's kind of learnt the game on the ground here in Croatia. Again, he's a real competitor. That's what I like about him. Let's see if he can contribute with the bat, batting 10 for the national team. Well, the first one doesn't miss by much. Shafat Left armour. Go full toss, get tempted Yorker. Pretty well dealt with by Allen. He gets off the mark. Sathian takes it on, he'll get a single. Shafat did pick up a couple of wickets in the T10 earlier in the day. Allen has played 6 T20 internationals. Facing up here. Still to get his first wicket, maybe this will be the weekend. It's a pretty good location, doesn't really come back, holds its line. You have to be a little bit careful not to lose that 9th wicket, then you're really down to your last legs. Ivasu Pulibanti still to bat. Last ball of the over coming up. He takes it on again, does Magdalenic. He'll get a single and retain the strike. Shafat just can't quite get that breakthrough at the moment. Still very economical. End of the 17th over, and the score 111 for 8. So, Yasser Ali joins the Hall of Fame for this 6-wicket haul. We have had 12 6-wicket hauls that are in T10 matches. In fact, one of them's up there, Lorne Burn, 6 for 20 earlier in the season, just second day of the season, I think, in the ECSN. Yasser joins that club. Look pretty close, like he might be the first person to ever get 7 wickets in an innings, albeit you can't really say it's apples and apples when you're comparing 10 over and 20 over cricket. Obviously you get 4 overs to bowl rather than just the 2 in this form of the game. Atif Mohammed are ready to come back for over number 18. Well, steps away, Magdalenic probably regrets it. He's ended up missing the leg stump. If you're a Atif here, I think you're concentrating on one thing only, jamming Yorker in on middle stump. And challenging Magdalenic to hit it. He's got so many tools that he can use, that's the thing, Atif. Well, he does hit it, credit to him. Good call by Sathian, calls him through for a run. I would have thought it might be a good chance to bring Ramistrovic back, just because he's just been slightly off. You'd hate for him to kind of be done with his bowling for the day without maybe giving that one extra opportunity, especially with the game where it is with Croatia finding it tough going. Well, gets a little nick on this, but deep thirds back and pretty fine. Just a single. Actually like that Alec Davidson-Soler is keeping the helmet on even though he's back. I just think it makes sense. I think the one that got him earlier kind of got him on the lip. Pretty lucky not to do some damage to his teeth. So I just think, you know, why wouldn't you keep the helmet on even when you're back? Because there's every chance it could happen again. Wow, hit back straight, and Daniel Dorkaye does pretty well. Deals with a tough bounce. Just a single. Croatia looking kind of 120s here, which I think is a respectable effort against a team that's ranked 44 places above them. Pretty well dealt with by Sathian. Not an easy time to bat, trying to balance protecting your wicket, but also looking for opportunities to score. Latif still searching for his first wicket of this match. Last ball of the third over that he's bowled. Last ball of the 18th. Right, this is straight up in the air. Well, Davison Soler's called it, and he's not going to get there. Now half chance for a run out. It was a real steepler. He ended up running too far and having to turn himself around. I mean, I applaud him for taking it on because he takes responsibility of the situation. The higher it goes, the faster it's travelling when it comes back to earth. And Alec certainly had a torrid time during these 18 overs. The amount that he's been on the field at least. 116 for 8 after 18. Latif has to wait a bit longer for his first wicket of the series. Two overs to go. Atif Mahmood comes back. Bowled 3 of his overs up front. Again, I'd be concentrating on just trying to knock those 3 stumps out of the ground. All right, after that false start, we're ready to go. 2 overs to go. How high can Croatia climb here? Yeah, that's a pretty good ball from Atif. Yeah, where you're going to get a wicket there. There's probably a little nick behind. Great opportunity, I think, for him to show his versatility and kind of show a Yorker show he can bowl at this stage of the innings. A bit like that, just a little bit straighter. You can imagine would be a tough proposition for Magdalenic. Also great to see another example of a player that's learnt all his cricket in Croatia, Magdalenic. Obviously now playing at the highest level of international cricket and testing himself. Like I say, he's just a natural ball sports kind of athlete, Alan. That was well dealt with as well. Seems like everything on the stumps he's been able to deal with. At least get some bat on it, get to the other end. Pretty well bowled by Atif that time. Yeah, Alan now has equalled his high score in T20 international cricket. Of 5, of course, not really in for his batting. Scored that against Turkey in June 23. Another ball which whistles through to the keeper, Alec Davison Soler. So I suppose you look at this innings and you might say, okay, well, the openers went pretty slowly. That's true, or the top 3, you might say that. But then I suppose the concern is, okay, if they'd gotten out playing a rash shot and you have the middle and lower order exposed earlier, well, then where are you at? I suppose you see that point of view. Hit back down the ground, and it's going to beat the mid-off. It's in the circle. It's going to be 4 runs. Nice shot by Sathian. So Atif, he enjoyed that. Maybe 4 runs to Croatia. Puts them up in the 120s. 121 for 8 with 1 over remaining. Well, look, credit to Croatia, though. They should bat their 20 out, or at least very close to. 7 bowlers used by Spain. Hums are just the 1 over. An over that Alec Davison Soler will remember, I'm sure, for a long time. There's also Mitrovic, yeah. just has had a bit of an off day, and look, that'll happen sometimes. That's the thing, though, if you do have a bowler that has a bit of an off day, you know, a team like Spain that has that versatility, they're able to have other options that can cover them. That's certainly been the case here. Yasir with 6 wickets. Here's Atif. Mohammed last. Over coming up. Ball's at that length that the ball can just take off from. And I like this field as well. They've kind of got a deep third that's pretty fine. They've got another deep third that's a bit squarer. Boundaries pushed back as far as they can be here. It's not one of the bigger fields in world cricket, put it that way. Magdalenic fighting hard, got 5 runs to his name. Yeah, like he takes it on, he runs at a team that takes courage. Swing and a miss. See if Allen can get that 1 run to make this his PB. But yeah, not an easy ball to deal with, number 10. He wants some free advice from Sathian, but Sathian's probably going to say, well, yeah, I don't have any fresh ideas. There's lots of batters that find Atif tough to deal with. He's got this natural height, he's got this wrist snap that he's able to get surprising bounce out of even the most benign surface. So on this pitch, which is doing a bit, it's really tough to face. Now they're going to run, and it's well done by Davidson Soler. He's going to run out Sathian. So obviously they said, look, if I miss another one, let's just go. Forcing the keeper to make the play. It's a really good throw. He had the glove on there, didn't he? Good work by Davidson Soler. In fact, I think he might have tucked his glove into the back of his trousers. I was wondering where it went. Let's have a look. Oh, yeah, no, he threw it with it on, but he threw the glove off as well. So that's what happened there. Sure, he threw it with the glove on. So 121 for 9. Means that Pulabanti, the number 11, is going to come out. I remember him playing back in 2021 for Split, India Broda Split. Still one of my favourite team names on the network. They're all working at a factory down there. That was down at the Hotel Resnick ground in Split. What a series that was. Anyway, 2 to come. Can Croatia bat these out? It's got to survive this one. Leg side, this will be called. So 122. Also very interested to see how Spain go about this chase. We know that they typically like to play much in the same vein as they do in T10 cricket, but they'll be probably a little bit more careful. Daniel Dorkaya, imagine he's opening up. I know they've listed Isan up there to open as well. Oh, the latest of cuts. That's going to run away, but a brilliant piece of fielding. They're only going to get 1. Excellent work down there from Atif Mahmood. And Pulabanti will get a run. I'll probably finish with a cheeky little 1 not out. Magdalenic still searching for that 6th run. Be running no matter what. 123 for 9. Hey, if you watched the World Cup recently, this is a winning score. This ain't New York, but it's the same format. Here we go. Last ball. Yeah, Allen nails it. And Christian's going to throw. We might as well keep running. There's no keeper. Still on throw. Go, there's 2. Any more? Well, Lorne's too sensible. He's going to field it and run it back. So, well, buy 1, get 1 free for Magdalenic, who gets a double. And they're going to finish 125 for 9. Croatia batting out the 20 in the end. It's so funny, they're looking for a sensible option there, Spain, but the sensible option was actually to throw. And yeah, 2 direct hits they weren't able to hit, but I still think Spain are reasonably comfortable chasing 126 for victory. Croatia had to fight hard. You could tell the pitch wasn't doing many favours. They were inserted on this surface, and mixture of seam and spin to deal with. But the home side, they certainly have applied themselves with distinction. 125. Well, still wondering how that wasn't out. Well, this one, I still think it hit nothing. It went flying over everyone. Maybe just flicked the shoulder. Had a few that were staying down as well. But Danikula and Hashmi found it pretty tough going against the two left-handed Atifs. And that was a little bit naughty. Wrong side of the border there, but was given 6 in the end. We saw Davison Soler suffer that quite nasty facial injury. It's good to see him come back from it. But Yasser Ali came on and would change this game with his off-spin. And this is just the beginning. Ended up taking 6 wickets. Got that one to bite back on Rathan Asami. Had to go for a first ball globe. Mansour, I thought, batted really well. He hit 2 Maximo's 5-4s. Eventually had to go for 38. That was a nice effort by Hamza, but he just stepped over the line. It was given 6 correctly so. But for the most part, I think the catching was pretty professional, creating and taking opportunities. As Croatia, they were fighting for every run in the end. Like this work from Davison Soler. Throws the ball, throws the glove, throws out. Southend late in the piece. Everyone loves the number 11 coming in. Just a very delicate little dab away for a single. And then it wouldn't be ECN without some last ball chaos as Magdalenic ends up turning 1 into 2. How do you do? Ends up on a lucky 7 run out. His best in T20 international cricket. Don't forget, he hadn't even played a game of cricket until a couple of years ago. He ends up with a ground rule double and Croatia 125 for 9. Looking at the scorecard, Sagar Mansour, second game in a row he top scores for the Croatians. He's been a really good performer, batting number 3, 38 of 24 for him. 17 for Danikula, withstood the early onslaught but couldn't turn it into a score. 16 for Maheshwari with some good hitting. Southend fought hard for 10. Magdalenic with 7 was undefeated at the end. And Spain, 23x is probably a little bit on the high side. They end up chasing 126 for victory. 6 for 28, a real standout Yasser Ali with his off spin. Singles to Hamza Salim Dart and Lorne Burns in there. That's some pretty economical figures. You look at Shafat Ali Saeed, 2 overs for 6. Atif Mohammed going at less than 4 and over. Atif Mahmood only just more than 4 and over. So, well, all set for the second innings. 126 is the target. 6.3 and over. But Spain, I think they'll want to go out. They'll want to play their game. I think they feel that they've got the batting to do this with time to spare. Time will tell, though. Croatia with a score on the board have to bowl and field incredibly well to defend it. But hey, this is short form cricket and anything's possible. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll take a break and we'll be back with the chase when we return to Croatia for more ECN Mediterranean Cup. Hello and welcome back. Great to have you with us. This is the Mediterranean Cup live from Zagreb in Croatia. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN on a sunny Friday afternoon. And I've got to say, so far we've been treated to a smorgasbord of entertainment. We had Spain winning the one-off T10 International. Now we're into the T20 Internationals, and Croatia being sent in the first innings, made 125 for 9 off 20 overs. So certainly a score that we do see defended in this format of the game. Spain ready to bat for the first time. It's going to be Shafat Ali Saeed to open up with Mohamed Ihsan for Equipo Rojo. And Croatia's be a real test, I think, for them. They were able to take some early wickets in the T10 this morning. That's the first time that we've seen Ihsan batting in the series. Also Shafat is going to keep his spot top of the order. He made 9 before he was dismissed in the morning match. So, Tanakula bowled really well earlier. He was the best of the Croatian bowlers. No surprises that he'll be opening up. A 126, the victory target for Team Spain. This opening T20I. Ihsan just carefully watches the first one onto the middle of the bat. I'll say hello to everyone who might be watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, as well as anyone that might be watching on Fancode in the Indian subcontinent. Good to have you with us. Bit of extra bounce there. That's certainly something we have seen, particularly from this end. But really, the pitch has got a few tricks in it. Ihsan probably saw that from behind the stumps earlier when he was keeping, in fact he was keeping a little bit of this game as well when Alec Davidson-Soler went off with a cut lip. A nasty blow behind the stumps. Good to see that he did come back in the end though. Now Ihsan throws the hands at this, goes up over the top, and that'll run away for the first boundary. So just makes a subtle adjustment, doesn't he, Ihsan? Saying, okay, it's probably going to bounce a bit more than I think, so I'm going to probably just play a bit higher than my natural bat plane. Spain, especially when they're playing on artificial decks, which is most of the time, are a kind of team that take that T10 flavour into their T20 cricket. Goes straight down the ground, and it's a powerful strike from Ihsan. Maximo! 4 and 6 pick-up sticks, and this was a drive ball length from Tanakula. Again, just showing how dangerous he is, Mohamed Ihsan. And this is the kind of aggressive flair that was missing in the very beginning of the Croatian innings. Admittedly, they had to deal with some very good bowling. But Spain, they just have that supreme confidence in their batting lineup. And you saw, despite losing 4 wickets earlier in the day, they still came back, made a very good score. Slow ball, clever from Tanakula. He picks it there, Ihsan. Just doesn't quite hit it in the middle of the bat. Croatia will just feel that it's all about just trying to pick up 1 wicket at a time. When the little battles stack up, those little wins turn into something more, maybe something very, very memorable. Slow ball again, whipped away nicely. Long chase for the fielder out there. It's an unsuccessful one. So Ihsan goes 2 4s and a 6 in the first over. 14 off at 14 without loss. Ihsan, all-time leading run scorer on ECN. A popular player within and also outside of the European cricket community. Shafat Ali Saeed is going to face up for the first time, so I like this left-hand, right-hand combination. Resist the urge to open with Daniel Dorkaya, who we haven't seen have a hit yet. Gasser Ali listed at 3 in this order. Time for over number 2, and they're going to go for Chowbait. at 1 for 30 off 2 overs this morning. They opened with Rathamasami earlier today, but he was a little bit off, especially with the new ball. So maybe that's why they decide, okay, we're going to go with Chaubei in this position. All right. Ready to roll here. First one does get through the field. Not make it all the way, but it'll be a single first up. See already, Spain have it down below run a ball required. Up in the air, chance and taken. Well caught by Sagar Mansour. Is having a very good day. Isan is done by the bounce there, and Chaubei turns out to be a good selection. He gets an early wicket. And the bounce hasn't necessarily been true from this end in particular. And so Isan will have to go for 14, and Spain lose an early one, 15 for 1. For Spain, though, they won't be too perturbed by that early wicket. Like I said, they have supreme confidence that they can get this job done. Is Yasser Ali, vice captain of the side, from leading the side this morning in Jaminos Mills' absence. Chaubei steaming in. Yasser Ali is very strong through that region. Croatia, like I said, they'll feel that under these conditions they can create and take chances. And you don't imagine you're going to restrict Spain to 126 and 20 overs, but if you can bowl them out, I think you've got a chance. A remote chance that might be. Goes back off the back foot and punches it. It's going to be 4 runs. So Yasser Ali off the mark in this T20 International Series. Again, even though this pitch has been up and down, particularly from this end, I still think you just have to kind of play it as you see it. He got back and across. Very good footwork there. Gets his head a bit closer to the line of the ball. And this outfield's been pretty quick. It's pretty hard underneath. Certainly a lot quicker than it was when we were here in October last year. Well, that one's hit even harder. That's definitely 4. So the result's going to be another boundary. You see what I mean about not really being able to restrict this Spanish lineup to 6 and over. So you're going to have to go through them. Good start from Yasser. Don't forget he took 6 wickets with the ball in the first innings. Comes back to him a little bit. He'll just work it away for a single and he'll retain the strike. Yasser Ali in a flash is up to 9. Chaubei goes for 10 and Spain are 24 for 1 after 2. Of course, this is the first of a 5-match series. So from here on, we have basically 5 matches in the T20, including this, the Mediterranean Cup. But we also have 3 matches in the ECSW, first ever ECSW that we've had. And it's kind of cool because they're clubs actually from different countries. We have Jik Zagreb of Croatia taking on the Lavender Lionesses of Serbia. That's one of the cool things about coming to Croatia, actually. We have seen teams from other countries in their European Cricket Series just to basically fill out the spots. We've seen Belgrade from Serbia before in the ECS Men's. We've seen Ljubljana regularly. I think we'll even have a Turkish side in when we come back in early September. Danikula gets a good one to his opposite number first up. Captain versus captain here in over number 3. Just played down the wrong line there. All starts with the ball, though. You need to put the ball in dangerous areas in the first place. Oh, takes a little something. I wonder if this is off the bat. He's been given a run. Let's have a look. Don't think it quite carries to Hashmi behind the stumps. Wasn't sure whether because it squared up it might have taken the back hip, but yeah, run's given. This is lifted up and over the top. Shafat is going to get 4. Nice shot. Not an easy pitch to get forward on. Danikula. Head and shoulders above his teammates with the ball this morning. Took 2 for 16 off 2 overs. Now he's lifted away, but this could be a chance. Fielder comes around, can't get there. I think there you can see a difference between the two sides. I think Spain are normally swallowing that. I'm not saying it's an easy catch, especially with the sun factor this time of the day, but it's certainly a chance at this level. Couldn't really get off his feet, couldn't organise the dive. Frustration for Croatian fans. Creating and taking chances, that's the only way back to this contest. Good ball by Danikula. Won't be able to get a run there, well, cut off Sam Houghton. Little edge this time. Pulabanti will clean up. That will be a single and the end of the over. Both batters on 10, and at the end of 3, Spain 34 for 1. No extras as well. Pretty good stuff by Croatia so far. Well, start of a new over, and it's going to be A good start for Croatia as Chaube is going to double down. It's the end of Shafat Ali Saeed. And Spain, again, not necessarily finding it a lot easier than their Croatian counterparts. Again, tries to get on the pull there. Pretty good catch by Sam Houghton. Covers the ground quickly. The second wicket falls, 34 for 2. Here's Daniel Dorkaya. Batting for the first time. We didn't see him earlier on in the day. Chaube. That's good areas from him first up. Dorkaya. Of course, we actually saw him playing for Team Europe in the Western Shield. That's the last time we saw him on ECN. Well, didn't quite go to plan for him, but that's the way it goes. I mean, it's only a couple of days of cricket. All right, chops this down. I think there's bat on this. Coming back for 2. Lightning between the wickets. Actually, it's going to be biased, so he doesn't actually get any bat on it. It hits around the crease line and just takes off. Yeah, and it's exactly what happened. Good umpiring. The way it moved suggested that there was some bat in it, but yeah, not an achievable one for the keeper, Rashid Hashmi. Beautiful shot, and it's going to get through the fielder. I mean, that screamed away to the boundary. The thing with Daniel Dorkaya, he's been playing his club cricket for Hermes in the Netherlands, and he's been one of the top performers in a very strong competition over there. That was a cracking cover drive. Chaube. Ball's in his court. Daniel Dorkaya also will be aware, okay, I'm not going to necessarily take undue risks here. Just going to play my natural game. Yeah, for a ball like that, yeah, it's not an easy put away. I'm happy to let just kind of eat a dot. In control of this game, ahead of the run rate at the moment. And he's chopped on. That one kept a little bit low, inside edge. And Chaube has 3. What a fantastic evidence been, and what a selection to have him share the new ball. So Spain, at the end of 4 overs, 40 for 3, and a window of opportunity for Croatia. Didn't really get the back foot back and across. Just a slight movement. But again, you're playing a bit of Russian roulette. You're trying to predict the bounce on this pitch. Daniel waiting all day for a hit. Misses out. He'll be disappointed. But the Croatians, they'll be elated to see the back of him for just 4. And the score's 40 for 3. It just starts with putting the ball in the right area, and I think Chaube's been asking the right questions so far. Well ahead of the rate, but the 3 wickets are concerned. I kind of said that's the only way Croatia can win this. They're going to have to bowl Spain out or go very close to doing that. Vignesh Rathnasamy is going to bowl for the first time now. We saw him bowling the second over of the day. Didn't really have his radar right. He'll have to get it right here. Yasser Ali facing up. Made a bright start. It's been joined by Hamza Salim Dar. Not facing at the moment. Push and run. Hamza needs to scoot. He does. You heard that probably through the effects mics. Make him earn it. Make them earn it. Yeah, that's probably a good mantra for Croatia. Make them earn every run. Left-hand, right-hand combination again. I think they're quite clever how they manage their order, Spain, to try and have left-hand, right-hand wherever possible. Comes up. Faces up for the first time in the T20 series. Watchfully keeps this one out. Asami making the adjustment well. Little leg glance this time. Running away, it's very fine. It's going to find the boundary. So Hamza Slimdar off the mark. With a nice little tuck away down to fine leg. Rathan Asami a little bit too leg stumpish to Hamza. He's got a very good eye. Really good shot as well. That's a fantastic bit of fielding though. That's Satya, and he hurled himself away to his right. Stopped what was going to be a certain boundary. Just a long single in the end. For Hamza. Have a look at this athleticism. This is what you want to see. Players willing to get off their feet. See, yes, he's pretty keen to see the ball before he hits it, so he's not lurching forward. We've seen a few batters getting into trouble, just over-committing forward and then being surprised by extra bounce. Well, it shouldn't be a surprise by now. Just soft hands from Yasset. Keeps it out of harm's way. And he plays a bit more of a full-blooded cut shot, but again, good fielding from Croatia. Hits one stump as well. Excellent work. There's Chaube doing the work there. He's having a very good game. Okay, they didn't run. I think it was direct hit. I'm not sure, maybe the keeper kicked the stumps over. But that will be the end of the over. 5 down then. It's 46 for 3. Hey, so much cricket coming your way tomorrow. 6 matches in Bulgaria and then 4 matches here. And well, it starts same time in Bulgaria, 5:30 a.m. GMT, 7:30 Central Europe, 11 in India. Really plenty of teams getting involved there. BCSU All-Stars hit the park for the first time today. Pleven just continue their rough first week of the campaign. But you can join Charlie and Nish for day 6 of that European Cricket Series in Bulgaria. And also, we've got cricket here, of course, with 2 more T20s and our first ever couple of ECSW matches. Here's Chaube. Keep them going. First one keeps down a little bit. Comes, keeps it out. And it is a challenge, I think, batting on this pitch. It's certainly very different to, for example, what we see in Spain. Typically, the artificial surfaces there have been very batter friendly. This one, not so much. It's just outside the line. That was my reading of it anyway. Certainly came back a bit off the pitch. You can see it on the replay. This impacts him. Yeah, good stump or two outside in the end. But yeah, good movement from Chaube. He's been a handful so far. Well, this is loose though. That's a great take by Hashmi. Wowzers. Severe wide, but it really could have been wide +4 otherwise. Have a look at this. Very skillful keeper, Hashmi. Been busy so far today. Chowbei needs to start it outside off. He's going to attack from this angle. As he gets behind it, keeps it out. You can see here Spain, we don't often see them in this mode, but they kind of know you need to have a slightly different approach. You just can't go out all guns blazing all the time on this pitch. That is probably the only way they could get into trouble in this game, if they over-attack. Arms up, drives down the ground, doesn't beat the fielder. So Croatia, it's just about starting somewhere. I mean, Chowbei's bowled really well. I'd be tempted to bowl him out. I just think the game is where it's at right now. If you were to take him off and bring him back later, maybe he's not quite in the zone anymore. But Chowbei, who was a late addition to this squad as well, he's certainly having a great start here. And he gets this one past the outside edge as well. We're getting a bit of a word about running in front of the umpire. Doesn't surprise me. The last ball of the 6th over coming up. Arms up 5 off 8, biding his time at the moment. Doesn't really get up, but he makes a very good adjustment, does Hamza Salim Dar, and he just places it behind point for a boundary. His second. Such a great eye. You see there, I was a little bit surprised that it shot through, but just had enough time to make that adjustment. End of the over. And it's 51 for 3 after 6. Batting still to come. We've got Atif Mahmood and Atif Mohammed. They put on a very good partnership earlier. They're listed at 9 and 11 respectively. Alec Davidson Soler listed to come in next. We just wonder, you know, with that facial injury he took earlier, do you go with a Munoz Mills? Or do you maybe go with the guys that batted so well before on this pitch in these conditions? Looks like Rathan Asami will continue here. Croatia still given some chance, a non-zero chance of defending this. 50's up for Spain though. I've been reasonably impressed with the lines and lengths that Croatia have been bowling. Okay, the odd exception, but they have held their end of the bargain so far. Then you wait for the loose one, although yes, it won't get more than one here. Picks out the sweeper. So we're out of the power play now. This is the 7th over, so up to 5 outfielders can be employed from this point going forward. Arms up. A couple of 4s so far. The beautiful thing about cricket as well, difference in changes in weather or pitch conditions can have such a large influence over how the game looks. This one is short and down the leg side as Salim Dar puts it away for 4 more. Rathan Asami lets himself down. Again, the power of the left-hand, right-hand combination, and the bowler constantly having to adjust his lines. So yeah, I mean, sometimes the batter plays a shot and you just got to kind of tip your hat and go, okay, you've bested me. But sometimes as a bowler, I think you've basically given him an opportunity to score an easy boundary. Slow ball this time from Rathamasamy, just tucked away for a single. Haven't really had a breakout big over yet, have they? Spain just accumulating at the moment. The first one was actually the most expensive, 14 off that, then 10, 10, 6, 6, 5. 6 off this at the moment. Pitched up and driven. Doing pretty solidly. Won't get a single into Danakula, who's right on the edge of that circle. Last ball of the over. Big filthy full toss. That's going to be put away for 4. So just lets himself down, and it does become the most expensive over of the innings. 4 runs to finish. Again, remember, a little bit looser on those high balls in T20 National Cricket. It needs to be above the waist. That one was around the waist, I think. It wasn't called, so just before end of the 7th over, and it's 61 for 3. Rathamasamy in the end, pardon me, only went for 10 in that over. Did have 6 off his first over that he bowled, so 2 overs for 16. His figures. Just the 3 bowlers used so far for Croatia. As we get ready for over number 8 now, going to go back to Chowbey. Makes sense. I mean, I know you don't necessarily want to bowl guys out too early, but he has all 3 wickets. You need wickets. He's looking the most likely. So I think you bowl him out and then see where you're at. Arms up, faces up, get down the leg side. They have struggled with making the adjustment, and this one is going to run away. Pretty well stopped in the end by Pulibanti. They get 3 wides, 1 for the actual wide and the 2 extra that they ran. Not really something you want to give a lot away of. Angling in. He just works it away. Interesting feel this game, hasn't it? It's almost like seeing some familiar characters, but in unfamiliar roles. Having to almost bat time here. Just feel, you know, a couple of wickets here and you feel like Croatia have a chance. If this continues, say, you know, to get Spain to 90 or something like that, you feel like that door slammed pretty shut in the host's faces. Oh, in the air, almost carried, not quite to Houghton, who's a very good fielder. Does well to actually stop it. Awkward hop for him. That's it, driving on the up. Getting behind the line of the ball. Couldn't quite scoop under it in time. Watches this one will face the bat as well. Yeah, see it. Work it down. Picking a 2. Now they're going to get 2. First real blooper from Pulibanti in the field, and good running from Yasir to at least be looking, putting pressure on the fielder to stop it cleanly. These two came together at 40 for 3 after 4 overs, so put on 27 in 3.5. Fraction short, hit hard, and that's going to be 4. The umpire was under attack there as well, so there's the loose ball. He hasn't bowled too many of them, Chowbei. An easy put away for Yasser Ali. Don't forget he stole the strike back on the misfield in the first place. All put away. Chowbei. Couple of balls to go before he's done. Quick tap and run from Yasser Ali. It's been a good spell though from Chowbei. They needed wickets. He's provided 3 of them. Again, the question is, who can Croatia turn to get those further breakthroughs? The faces up, last ball of the 8th over. Leans on this, finds the fielder. So Chowbei, he certainly was effective as an opener with 3 early wickets. He ends up 3 for 30 off his 4 overs, and after 8 overs, Spain are 72 for 3. A beautiful day here, afternoon sun bathing the ground at the moment. Croatia certainly has a pretty cool cricket subculture. This is the Mediterranean Cup, but the Mediterranean Cricket League played every year. Some really nice grounds around Croatia as well. Now we've been to Split, been to a couple of grounds at Budinec Oval and also Mladost here, but I know there's also a great ground on the island of Vis. A lot of touring teams go there. Bit of an Australian connection as well with some Croatian nationals playing their cricket in Australia, and you saw some of them who were taking part in the recent sub-regional qualifiers. This drinks break being taken a little bit before the scheduled 10, just due to the heat, currently 31 degrees. Probably feels a lot hotter on the ground. $72 for 3 then after 8. So the equation now is 54 runs in 72 balls. You can probably see one of the little critters is on our camera there as well. I've got to say, it's a really nice ground here, like I said. It's pretty close to the city. You've got the university nearby. European summer is always a great scene. As far as how tomorrow looks, so it's going to be a big day on the calendar, really. Big day in our history, because we have our first ever ECSW starting tomorrow. Best of 3, that one. 2 matches will be tomorrow night and 1 will be on Sunday evening. We do start with 2 more T20 internationals, though. Starting a little bit earlier than we did today here. 7 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 12:30 in India. So it's 7:30 local, or 7:30 European time, Central European time. Start on the network tomorrow in Bulgaria, and then after an hour and a half, all will get going here. Matches 2 and 3 of this 5-match series. And yeah, really excited for the players from Jig Zagreb and Lavender Lionesses to get on the park for the first time. Certainly great when we get to bring you an extra location and T20 international cricket. There will be some coming up, like I said. We have the Letter Cup, which will be women's tournament this year. That's going to run for 5 days, the back end of August. And also the Netherlands Tri-Series. Netherlands, USA and Canada. First time we've had USA and Canada on the network. They're full T20 sides. And both of those North American teams with some head-turning performances in the recent World Cup held in the USA. After that, that's actually towards the end of Rome that we'll see those two T20 series. Then Austria and Croatia, 2 weeks each. See Croatia at the bottom. That starts on the 9th of September. We'll be back at this ground. Get the opportunity to see 2 weeks of cricket, which kind of rolls straight into the ECC. So yeah, stay tuned. Plenty more action coming your way on ECN. Of course, not just those upcoming events you see there, but also we'll have the ECC and then have more cricket to come, culminating with the ECCW. First ever time we've had 2 divisions for that competition. The season scheduled to run all the way to the 20th of December. Okay, players, back in position now. Spain needing 54 runs of 72 balls. Starts with a slight loosener. Sathian, who's come on, it's short, it's wide, and Yasser Ali just uses the pace to a tee. Hits down on it, so a very safe shot. And he's so good at getting that back foot back and across and getting in a powerful position to execute that shot, Yasser Ali. Spain get it down to 50 to win. Similar kind of ball, similar kind of shot. This time there's a bit more protection out there. So it'll just be a single. Sathian's going to have to be careful. If he bowls that kind of a ball on that kind of a line to the left-hander, Hamza's probably going to whack him across the road. So you've got to make an effort to try and push the ball further to the right of screen there.
It's a lefty.
Sathian's tried his heart out today as well. They all have, really. He does make the adjustment. Solid looking drive though from Hamza. And then good work by Sathian to jump on it. Had to do his own fielding there. Yeah, hello to Jacob, who's watching from Estonia, saying, yeah, it's great to hear that the ground is as good as it looks on screen. Yeah, Jacob, who knows, maybe one day you'll be playing all around Europe, checking out some of these locations. Full toss. Doesn't really get the contact there, Yasser. He will get a single.
That's it. Singles are fine.
They need a couple of wickets, don't they, Croatia? Flicked away. Gets Hamza Slimdar back on strike. Down the leg side, this will be called. That's the first time we've seen Sathian using one down the leg side of the left-hander. Got to say, both teams look magnificent in their respective kits. Traditional red from Spain, and got to say, I love the red and white checkerboard design for Team Croatia. Another one that Sathian loses down the leg side.
Easy, nice and easy. Take a breath.
Sathian going to continue over the wicket. Just needs to push it over a bit more offside. Doesn't. Loses another one. So just cannot get it right at the moment. Maybe it's time to try a variation. Maybe roll your fingers on one. Maybe you try around the wicket. But again, just executing with the ball. It makes such a big difference, doesn't it? Ask the right questions and you've got a shot. Southampton will try again. Online this time. Still think they probably afford to go over a bit further. You can see that Spain now got that rate down below 4 and over. So if they don't run into trouble losing a bunch of wickets, you feel like it's a formality that they'd reach this target of 126 well within the 20 overs. Pitched up and pretty solidly driven by Hamza Salim Dar, who'll take one. He will retain the strike. Sathian goes for 11 in that over, and Spain 83 for 3 after 9. Yeah, feel free to chime in, just like Jacob did. Watching from Estonia. But the name still to come for Spain as well. I think Davidson Soler listed to come in next. Minos Mills, a captain. Lon Burns. Really all 11 of those Spain players can hold the bat. They bat all the way to 11. Even look at Atif now. I mean, you saw the way he batted earlier. Made a really good 25. Atif Mohammed I'm talking about. Atif Mahmood actually top scored earlier for Spain. He's listed number 9. So that confidence of having the order that they do. I suppose the other thing for Spain, you're not really thinking net run rate in a series like this. You're just thinking, okay, wins. That's what matters. Just wins. If you look at the structure of the ranking system, it's not how much you win by, it's just do you win or not. So that's why I think they're not taking too many chances here. Looks like we'll get Aman Maheshwari now to bowl. Looks like he's going to be bowling some finger spin. We've seen him do this before. He's a bit of a hybrid. He can do both. Probably feels that middle overs, this is what it's calling for. Don't really have another spin option. First one slightly offline though, and Hamza works it for 1. We saw spin be really effective for Spain, obviously through those middle overs. So Yasir actually takes 6 for with his offies. And this is probably a good matchup for Maheshwari. He's going to bowl some left arm finger spin. Just hits this top of the bounce and worked away for a single. Yeah, Maheshwari, I mean, traditionally we're used to him kind of bowling with a newer ball and trying to swing the ball, but you know, we've seen a lot of left arm bowlers do this, being able to become a handy left arm spinner. Just you've got that good matchup against the right-handers. There's lots of right-handers. Not everyone can bowl left-handed, so that's a natural advantage that Aman has, obviously. Partnership of 46 now between these two. Came together at 40 for 3. I think like a lot of bowlers that go from bowling pace to spin, Aman doesn't really trust himself to bowl slowly. So he's still pushing them through pretty quickly. We have seen a bit of turn in this pitch. Other thing is these two batting together, they are very familiar with batting together. In fact, you might remember, highest partnership ever on ECN was between these two. Fraction short, up in the air. Fielder comes around, and he's gone. What an excellent catch that is by Jawahar Denakula. Fraction short, Hamza Salim Dar. We know he's got power, but he just didn't quite get that out of the screw. So Maheshwari gets the breakthrough. Had to be a good catch, so it was from the Croatian captain. This is the one he feels, yeah, and that's one to go after. And he takes it with a little bit of room to spare, so the partnership is broken. And Spain now 87 for 4. Run a ball 19, gets them closer to the target though. Here's Alec Davidson Soler. Isn't it good to see him batting for Spain after he took that nasty blow earlier? Got him pretty much right in the lip. Second bounce that skidded on when he was keeping. We saw him leave the field for a few overs before he came back and kept the second half of the innings. An excellent outfield catch executed by Danikula. Alec, UK based, but qualifies on citizenship to play for the Spanish national team. He's used to playing a good level, and week in, week out. Last ball the over for Maheshwari. Busily worked away by Alec Davidson-Soler. That'll take us to the 10 over mark, and Spain are 88 for 3. Alec Davidson-Soler, of course, if it's a familiar name, we have seen him playing on occasion, but also don't forget his sister, Andrea, plays for the Spain women's team, who we call them the Golden Girls because they've already had a couple of golden balls in their ECN journey. Tomorrow, more cricket coming up in case you missed it. We have Bulgaria starting at 5:30 a.m. GMT, which is 7:30 in Central Europe and 11 a.m. in India. But right here in Zagreb, we'll be back with 2 T20s and 2 T10s. The 2 T20s part of the Mediterranean Cup. The 2 T10s with the first ever ECSW matches. And Chink Zagreb, I saw their squad. Fair few of the Croatian national team we saw performing really well at the CE Cup, Central Europe Cup recently in Prague. The Lavender Lionesses, I think a lot of new names to the network. Again, it's always great to see the community expanding, having more teams, more players that are getting involved in ECN cricket, growing the game on the continent. It's really what it's all about. Sathian comes back. Oh, he's gone. He's been strangled down the leg side. You wouldn't believe it. Alec might have run over a black cat and walked under a few ladders this morning because he's already caught one in the lip. And this is just the finest of glances. And you could just hear it. It was a very woody sound. Nice take by Hashmi in the left glove. Throws it away. So poor Alec, he's going to have to go for a second baller. And the score now is 88 for 5. Well, there's a couple of wickets that we thought might make things interesting. Still, there's some runs to play with, not a lot of them. Defending 38 here, Croatia, but you know, credit, they do have 5 wickets. Alec's probably going to just have to close the eyelids tonight, put the day behind him, come out again tomorrow. That can really happen anytime to anyone. Could see this guy striding to the middle anytime. Christian Munoz-Mills facing Sathian. And so this is where, okay, we said 2 wickets. They've got him. Now what about another 2 wickets? And where's the game at? 90-something for 7. Could be a bit of a white-knuckle journey to the target or not for Team Spain. Oh, it's a great take, but I think it's off the thigh pad. It's not out, but you probably should ask the umpire. It's a fantastic take, but I don't think that he's hit this at all. Fantastic take by Hashmi. I like just everyone just agreed it was out without asking the one person that mattered, which was the umpire. And it's not out. Brilliant take there. Hashmi, I think he does know it, but he's given it a good old poker face job. Okay, what do you mean it's not out? Well, it's not, but still acrobatic stuff. Would have been out of place at the Paris Olympics. Geez, if Sathian gets a couple of strangles in the over, he'd be golden, wouldn't he? What he did do there is save 4 runs. Hashmi, that was always heading to the boundary if it got past him. Keeps this one out. Christian, again, he's such a role model, I think, for this generation of Spanish cricketers. Leads the side well, always speaking positively about the game, and such an ambassador for all native-born European cricketers, not just those in Spain. This one goes very wrong, though. It'll be caught a wide down the leg side. Okay, Maheshwari put together a decent over. I think we'll see him again. I think you got to bowl him out. I just don't see Spain not getting 4 and over from here. But you can see a world where they will lose 5 for not many from here. Things would really fall away. That's really well put away by Munoz Mills, and it's going to be 4 runs. A loose delivery. This is what you can't afford to do, Sathian. Just offers up a big, juicy full toss. And well, Paolo was out of the box very quickly. I'm glad that was on the camera. He's a former international cricketer as well, Paolo Butchimatsa. Working for the Blue Crew. I say Blue Crew, he's pretty good in the white shirt today. Here's Paolo, end of the over. So, yeah, Spain trying to close in on this. 93 for 5 after 11. Yasser Ali seems a bit starved with the strike lately. He's going to face up. The thing with Yasser is, I think he wants to play this kind of spin by just kind of getting on the back foot, watching the bounce, knocking away for 1. So if you're bowling here, I think you're trying to draw him forward and maybe into an error. I think you got to go through him if you're going to win this game. They've still got to have hope they can do this, Croatia. And maybe not by defending the runs, but by attacking and taking the wickets. That's exactly what Yasser does first up. It goes in the back foot. They should get 2 here. It was over-attacked. And we'll come back for a couple. Again, don't really want to leak runs at this stage. Well bowled by Aman. Yeah, I've seen him doing a bit more of this lately. It's funny, you probably spend your whole life trying to bowl fast and you realise, you know, you'd be better off just rolling the fingers on it off 3 or 4 paces. How much energy have you used in your life trying to blast batters out? That's well bowled. Also well knocked down. See, that's the kind of length I think that maybe you can get one to spin a bit more, maybe you can get one to bounce a bit more, and maybe you can catch Yasser unawares. Pretty good ball, that one. And pushes it through. This one won't beat the field either. Houghton does the work. Interesting little juncture in this game at the moment, isn't it? In the block hole, they'll only get 1. And if you thought Spain were just going to blow Croatia off the park, I think this has shown if you get it right to them or anyone on this pitch, you know, it can be a difficult pitch to make even kind of an average score. There's the full toss, and it's going to set a big chase. It's going to run away for 4. So just a couple of those loose balls costing Croatia something they'll need to iron out of their game. I kind of said it before. They'd almost have to play the perfect game and for Spain to have a bit of an off game for there to be a Croatia win. Just giving the initiative back a little bit. End of the over. 100 for 5 after 12. The amount of runs on the board drying up on this balmy afternoon in Zagreb. Looks like Danakula wants to come back. Kind of last roll of the dice time. He bowled 2 overs for 24. Probably wasn't his best spell. Bowled really well this morning, 2 for 16 in the T10 match. But now he's going to basically try and grab a couple of quick wickets, maybe being the hero here, Jawahar. Captain, vice captain at the crease for Spain, so very experienced. Just 26 runs to get in 8 overs. 5 wickets in hand. Here's Jawahar. Starts with a slow ball. Clever bit of thinking. Probably not the most expected thing. Probably 2 there if they were to hustle. They will get there. That's good running from Spain. 24 to win now. Decent crowds come in as well, supporting the local side. All right, goes after it, up in the air. Fielder comes around. It's a fantastic effort. Does well to protect the boundary, but this would have been one of the catches of the season. Check it out in the replay, thanks to Spring Media. Yassi runs out of patience. And Sathian sticks out the Hail Mary hand and almost sticks. One run the result. Well, if you were going to win, you need a moment like that to get your team going, start believing that anything's possible. They just need to roll Spain 5 for 20 from here. It'll tuck away. This is going, it's going, and it's going to reach the rope. In very clever batting, says Munoz Mills this time. It's a little bit of touch, a little bit of finesse there from the captain. She uses the pace of the ball. I wouldn't say it's the fastest outfield in European cricket, but certainly you're still getting value for your shots along the ground here. Takes Spain 4 closer. Slow ball, well executed by Danakula. But this is the thing, Spain at this stage, they can kind of cruise. They don't need to take too many unnecessary risks. Probably need a couple of acts of God to get Croatia back in this. Already kind of had one with Alec Davidson Soler, strangled down the leg side. Fraction short, Christian snaps into action, pulls it away to deep forward square leg. So one thing I love about European cricket sides and international sides in particular is the diverse backgrounds that these players come from. And look at the two batting together for Spain right now, Yasser Ali and Christian Munoz Mills. What different paths they've had to this moment. It's a pretty good location from Danakula. Finishes the over, not a bad one at all. But Spain still on track, 108 for 5 after 13. 18 runs required for victory. Three wickets to Jaube. He was a bit of a difference maker, wasn't he, early in the piece? Looks like they're sticking with Maheshwari. I suppose that, yeah, the key for Arman, if he's going to keep bowling left-arm spin, is to find a slower gear. It's a very unnatural thing to do if you've been bowling seam up your whole life. Find a slower gear and yeah, not be afraid of maybe getting whacked out of the ground, but to try and actually turn the ball, put that in the batter's mind that it might go sideways. Basically give them enough time to get themselves into trouble. You see, this is more or less kind of medium pace. Slow medium maybe. Not that it's not working, I just think it's another tool that he could use and employ in a given situation. This is hit pretty hard and pretty good work from Danakula. Has to deal with that Tortuga, fires it back in over the stumps. Excellent fielding. And Croatia, like I said, they've given as good as they've gotten today. Remember, this is Croatia, ranked 75 in the world, taking on Spain, ranked 31. Played off the back foot this time, finds a sweeper. Just a single, so score's ticking past. Happy to keep this one out. Also interesting to see if the two teams kind of change tack tomorrow, play each other twice. So you have to manage your squad as well, I think, in this heat. This one gets through everyone, and it's going to run away. Doesn't quite make it to the boundary. Might be a buy. I don't think there's anything on this actually. Beats Hashmi, skids on for pace. 15 to win now. Have to be a miracle for Croatia to get these last 5 wickets. Yasir batted pretty competently for 38. Again, just lets the ball come to him. A lot of the time today we've seen batters getting in trouble when they've been surprised by the bounce, but they've been going forward and basically giving themselves less time to react. You see Yasir, he's happy enough to go back, watch it onto the bat, ride the bounce a little bit, end of the over. It's 112 for 5 after 14, so just 14 runs required for victory now. You can see there, in Croatia, they've certainly been competitive. I think they've got a lot to be proud of today. You know, sometimes I'm critical of countries being hesitant to tackle teams that are a bit ahead of where they are. But I think, you know, you have to do it in some of the big tournaments around Europe that bring many countries together. So, you know, how do you practice that? You got to have more games where you're locking horns. Six overs to go in theory. 14 runs required for victory now. Danakula bowls out. It really is last chance saloon time for Croatia. Slow ball first up. I think Danakula does have a few tricks. He's a good cricketer. See this one. How it comes out almost like a backspin in front of the hand. Came back from the off quite a lot. Another slow ball this time. Got it going. We're looking for 2 here. Taking on good throw, might have him in trouble. Well, direct hit would have been gone. But it was a tough one for Jalhan to deal with as it came back in at pace. It would have been gone. I mean, even if he'd taken it cleanly, I'm not so sure it was a realistic chance. Oh, ball again, takes it on, flies in the air. Chance and taken. Well taken down there. Chabe's had a good day, and so just couldn't resist, could he? Going after that slow ball. Getting close to the target now. But Yasir will have to go. And a good innings from him, though. This game goes a little bit further. Credit to Croatia, got 6 wickets now. But Yasir, I think, with a pretty mature innings, given the game situation and the pitch conditions, they had to kind of knuckle down a bit. It's probably the only really error of judgment he made there going after that. He probably didn't need to, could have knocked it down for 1. 114 for 6, though, in the 15th over. Ron Burns comes out and faces up. Danakula does get the breakthrough. Running out of time, running out of runs, running out of balls. He's got to bowl. He's got 3 to bowl. Jawahar Danakula bowls to Lorne Burns. Pretty good one first up. There's pace on. I think we'll see the slow ball here at least once.
Great bowling, Java, great bowling.
Thing is, if he gets a single here, Burns, and he's basically off the hook. So I think it's a bit of slow ball here. Danakula doesn't have too long to try something. He's going to have to pretty much try everything, I think, to spark a collapse. Good take by Hashmi, low down, at least blocks it. But Croatia, I think they can take a lot of heart out of their performance today.
To the end.
Nice ball for the Croatian skipper. Burns, he's pretty smart. He knows There's no point taking any unnecessary risks. Down to Cooler, takes out a bit of frustration. And Spain do lose a wicket in the over, but still on top in the game, 12 to win. 114 for 6 after 15. Munoz Mills still there, steady at the helm of the ship. Yasser Ali, 41, the top scorer. You can see it's that kind of pitch and also that kind of target where I think Spain knew the only way they were going to really lose this is if they were to blow themselves up. They haven't allowed that to happen. Even the way Hamza Salim Dar batted, you know, just kind of made inroads into the target. Bit of a banana peel game, isn't it? Maheshwari will have another go here on his last over. Fraction short, hit well. Maximo from Munoz Mills. There's half of them. They needed 12, make that 6. Again, that's the only thing. I think he's got so much potential as a slower bowler, Aman, but he needs to be able to mix his pace up a bit and not be too afraid to use flight and a bit of guile. 6 to win. But again, model of patience is Christian. Is it all right? Well, I'm not going to go looking for it. Let's just see what comes to me. Is this pretty well? Finds the fielder out there. Just a single. Yeah, Croatia, I think there's so many positives for them to take away from today. Again, they've kind of won patches, haven't they? It's tough for them to put it all together. But that's the challenge. Burns off the mark here. Single down to Chaubey is a good game. And I think some individual performances that I think are pretty telling as well from the Croatians. For Spain, okay, it's another hit out for them. They'll feel they should probably improve from here, if anything, because a lot of them travel day yesterday. 4 to win. That'll do it. It's a big hit from Munoz Mills, and it's game, set, Maximo. That one ends up across the street. What a way to finish. That was a monster from Christian. And Spain go 1 up in this 5-match Mediterranean Cup. Essentially, they go 2 for 2 in the day, winning the T10 and the T20 match. And Croatia, well, they fight hard, not quite able to go with the team in red. Let's have a look at the highlights. Open with Shafat Ali Saeed, along with Mohammad Ihsan. Ihsan made a good start, but unfortunately for him, didn't last too much longer as he was the first to go. I suppose, you know, Croatia was all about could they compete? It's an ambitious one, but they really did. You know, I'm really impressed with the way they went about it. Daniel Dorkaya came out. He chopped on, again, one that just probably kept a bit lower. And was that end? The odd one did keep a bit lower, but then Yasser Ali and Hamza Salim Dar came together and they were just kind of determined to make sure that there'd be no kind of egg on the face result for Spain. They bided their time. I think they showed a lot of maturity in the way they batted. It just shows you, anyone that thinks, you know, if you're good at T10 cricket, you must be a slogger. It just shows you. Then Alec Davidson Soler, well, he came out and unfortunately for him, just a little feather down the leg side. This Croatia thought was 2. I still don't think they really thought it was off the bat, but they acted like it. But, I think the umpires, they deserve a lot of credit today as well. I think they had a pretty good day. Yeah, Croatia, they gave it their best shot. Yasser Ali, though, 41 in a tight situation. He was very important and just keeping things on track. And he lost a couple of partners towards the end, but Christian, I think, came out at a very good time. Just a very kind of cool head, puts the last one across the street. And sends us home here on opening day of this Mediterranean Cup. Coming up tomorrow, we have 4 matches in total, 2 in this T20 International Series Mediterranean Cup between Croatia and Spain, and then our first ever ECSW matches. We'll see the Croatian club Jinx Zagreb taking on the Serbians Lavender Lionesses, and that's coming your way. In fact, first game starts a little bit earlier than today, 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe and 12:30 in India. Let's go and have a look at the scorecard then. 126 victory. And Spain were forced to work for their runs, I think, for the most part. I think Croatia still have some improvement that they're capable of as far as just locating the ball for longer periods and building that pressure without breaking it with a mistake. But Yasser Ali, 41 of 35, tops the scoring. Milos Mills with a really useful 27 towards the end, including finishing with a bang. Apart from that, we saw the openers reach double figures. But yeah, Spain, I think, like I said, they've got room to improve. So do Croatia. That's what makes this series so exciting. Bowling figures-wise, you look at the economy rates, there was a good team effort. I think everyone between 7 and 9 and over. Danakula with 1 wicket, but Chaube, he was a real standout for me. Competed at the level, didn't he? 3 for 30 in there. So saw Maheshwari with some spin towards the end. But I just think it was a really interesting matchup between two teams that you wouldn't normally see playing too many matches against each other. And there's plenty more still to come. Don't forget, Bulgaria starts tomorrow, a little bit earlier than us, and we will be back. And it's going to be a long, long day. In fact, I think we've got 24 hours of cricket if you add it up. Well, God gave you 2 eyes, so put one in Bulgaria, put one here in Spain, because it will just keep on coming. On behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network, the European Cricket family, I've been Vinny Sandhu for ECN. Hope you have a happy and a safe evening. We'll see you tomorrow with not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 matches, and more matches coming your way. 6 in Bulgaria, 4 here. So get the popcorn out and get comfy. It's going to be a big weekend of cricket. For now, here's the best bits of the opening day of our Croatian weekend. We'll see you tomorrow for more cricket in the Mediterranean Cup. Hasta mañana.